Good morning. It is Monday, December 15th, 8:30 a.m., and we are here for a interim county administrator update with Tom Gaines.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good
Hello,
morning,
sir.
So I don't have a lengthy report for you this morning, I'll get to that in a second. I did send the department head reports out of Perplexity to you all last week. I don't know if you had a chance to read them or have any questions. In that email, one of the nice things that Perplexity does is it takes all those updates and it makes summaries of both direction or decisions needed by leadership and also critical dates. On both of those, of course, as soon as I see those, it gives me a nice table to go back and follow up with department heads. And under the summary table for decisions needed, they've all been taken care of except for some ongoing ones with public defense that I need to work with him on as they come up, specifically in hiring contract attorneys and that kind of thing. And then the critical deadlines summary, that's all been taken care of as well. Everything's on track. Everything seems to be working. The only one that I was really checking on there was Swahil is going on vacation the 22nd. And she was worried about getting a post-conviction MOU with the WSP done, but she thinks that's on track to be completed. So out of both of those summary tables of decisions needed and critical deadlines, everything seems to be okay. And then I'll continue to look at those and follow up. Do either of you, and I don't know if Cindy is online, but do either of you have any questions? Did you get a chance to read the reports?
I briefly read them.
Is it a good format? Is it too long? Do you like that? I'd love to get some feedback.
No, I like the bullet points.
Today, so moving, if there's no questions about those department head reports. Today, meetings with Merchant McIntyre have been held with New Hope and Public Works. Both of them were very productive. Today, they're meeting with Sheriff and Emergency Management at 1 o'clock and Renew at 2 o'clock. The conversations have been wide-ranging, touching on topics that I didn't necessarily think. Morning, Cindy. That we would get into, but they definitely have a lot going on and a lot to offer. So it'll be interesting to see after we get through all of these meetings, what happens next, what they can do for funding. I talked to them about the DOJ grant, about them helping me with that, since I seem to be having issues with the security grant, and they're willing to jump in and help with that, help drive some of that. So the other thing they did was I had a specific meeting with them on Friday. Well, it was going to be Friday. I just dovetailed it into Thursday. A couple of weeks ago, I talked to the board about a meeting I had with the county administrators, Moses Lake, Quincy, and Ephrata. And it was called by Rob Carlindsey to talk about a legislative agenda. And as I looked at their legislative agenda, which I do believe I gave to you guys, there's a lot of overlap there, things that we would care about as a county. And I invited him to a meeting with Merchant McIntyre. And as I continued to discuss it with him, he was very interested. And then I invited him, didn't get a response until the day before. He's like, yeah, I can't make it that day. So I was like, well, okay, you let me know when you want to do that, right? But I went ahead and so the Thursday meeting with Public Works, since we were talking about roads and bridges and that kind of stuff, it dovetailed nicely into the conversation I was going to have with Rob Carlindsey. And there's a lot out there. Grant County is set up pretty well considering both Newhouse and Cantwell are on appropriations committees for surface transportation and energy projects and that kind of thing. So it's a good time to be pushing those things because we have the help that we need at that level. The Merchant McIntyre does a lot of work with counties where they partner with municipalities, and they have a long list of MOU examples that they can provide us. Let's say if we did start a project with City of Moses Lake, where they can provide the MOU and Moses Lake gets charged for some portion of that, so we're not eating the cost of, Merchant McIntyre. So they do this a lot, and it was refreshing to hear he had 3 or 4 different ways to go about that, and obviously very well versed in doing that. So it was good. It's kind of exciting. to see what comes of that. And we, like I said, we have more meetings coming up this week. And then we'll sit back and find out what's next, what direction we go. This Wednesday is my last city council meeting with the city of Deer Park again. I did make sure that it didn't infringe on my duties here, but I do appreciate the board's support in allowing me the flexibility to do that. It was interesting. Feel a little better about my little hometown than I did before.
It's a cute town. It's a neat little spot.
Well, you don't know. I mean, I'm never there, so there's a lot going on. It's growing like crazy. I mean, the amount of growth in Deer Park has been insane. So to be a part of that for a period of time is a lot of fun. So it's good. We do have a cabinet meeting this week. Rob, are you available for that on Thursday? 1:30. While you're looking at that, I think for the first quarter of 26, I'm going to send a schedule out to the three of you. So instead of it being during an update like this, the clerk can put it on your calendars and we can decide ahead of time. So you
Looks
know.
like it.
Okay. That way, you know, you'll know ahead of time. You can discuss it with each other. Hey, I can make it. I can't make it. I'm on vacation, whatever. So I'll try and get that to the clerk of the board this week so that they can include it in the 2026 calendars. So you don't have to be there, but I think it's critical that you are there. I think it's been good so far. I'm looking forward to it continuing. So also I do tend to be a fast talker. I did say I didn't have a lot in today's update with the vacations coming up or Christmas and the holidays. There's not a lot to update on. So if this doesn't need to be an hour-long meeting, if you guys want to revisit that, make it a half hour, what have you, we can do that. I'm constructing an easy to follow Excel spreadsheet for y'all for legislative bills to drop this session. I'll send it to you once compiled. I have it separated in tabs, whether it's taxes, land use, schools, healthcare, that kind of thing. So you can kind of tap through it instead of looking at the current 115 pre-filed bills, which many of them that we're going to have to watch. Some of them I've already doled out to various department heads, and they're aware of them, and they're going to be watching on them. Or watching them, and as they go through, I'll update the board. But also when you get that Excel spreadsheet, if you start going through it, if there's something of interest, hey, that one is of particular interest to us, make sure I know so that we can stay on top of it and keep the board informed. So what's going on? The architect was here last week, or one of his representatives. So we took him and Leidig and facility staff and met up the work release to discuss how to go about turning it into a temporary coroner's office. Once Leidig saw it, they immediately felt the need to begin expediting this part of the project because there's a lot of work to be done there. They're also working on the pre-application meeting with the city, and we're targeting Monday, January 12th for the team charter to get together with all staff and parties to the construction of the coroner's office. And we're awaiting the latest round of pricing from Leidig as well. We've gotten to 100% design documents for the most part. We're still changing some things, so we should be able to get some really good pricing on this. This morning, the DOJ reached out to me regarding the security grant. I have a meeting set up for Wednesday to discuss a NEPA intake form. So this NEPA intake form is sent from folks who think that we're affecting construction on the courthouse itself, the historic structure. I've sent pictures, I've explained, I've put in 3 different NEPA intake forms to 3 different individuals. I've drawn diagrams and set plans showing that we're not touching the historic courthouse. I have a request for a NEPA intake form from somebody, and they sent me this email saying, we need to get this done so the grant can move forward. And I emailed them and said, I've sent in 3 of these already. I've spoken with the DOJ about this. I don't know why I need to send in a 4th. I don't know why you can't understand that we're not affecting the historic courthouse except for closing doors, right? We're just gonna lock the doors. So I told them I wasn't gonna send another one in. And I got contacted by the DOJ this morning to have a meeting Wednesday to discuss the NEPA intake form. To me, the whole thing is ridiculous. I see the glass company is here today replacing the glass out the front door, so I'm looking forward to that getting done. Friday, I also had a meeting with Baker Tilly, who should be by today or tomorrow having a new engagement letter. I did speak with Daryl. He stated that he gave everything that he has to the accounting department. I asked him today if he thought the budget meeting was going to be a good meeting, and he was unsure, but everything that he has, everything that he considers current, everything he thinks that we need to adopt the budget, he's given to the accounting department, according to him on Friday. So we'll see how it goes.
Did you get let me look and see if you got the report. Mandy sent us the stuff, so we're up to 26 million. Yeah, you were CC'd on it.
Yeah, I did not read through that
At
whole
6 o'clock,
email.
5:44.
I think it's better to get accounting and Daryl in a room and make sure that they agree on those numbers. And then we don't just start trying to pull numbers out of thin air. So it'd be nice to have a consensus from them on what that number is and what we actually need to do. I know we're getting late in the month. I did drop a check off with Samaritan on Friday, so that part of the coroner's office is behind us now. That's all done, which is good. And I was invited to take a tour of the hospital. They're moving furniture in. It's looking pretty good over there. With that, I do have a real estate matter and an insurance matter that I could discuss in executive session. If you'd like to talk about real estate acquisition for 5-6 minutes.
Floating,
Okay.
or it's not. Okay.
Want me to do the form for you?
Oh, I just took out one. We have these new digital forms we do.
Okay.
To wait for them to open.
Is it
It's open now.
Did you put them in your
loading? Is it
bookmark?
loading from the internet, so it's going into Laserfish, or you
I
just?
don't know. I just open it. It's just right on my front screen.
Okay. So we just need to get that link to move a little.
When you fire it up the first time, it takes that long. And my computer's aging a little bit. It is on the 5-year update though, so we'll be okay. I'm gonna get a new one in January. It'll be a little quicker then.
Yeah.
But I won't be leaving these then, so you won't know. Okay, it is 8:42 a.m. and we're going to go into executive session for real estate acquisition, RCW 42.30.1101B until 8:50 a.m.
Got a little building.
It is 8:50. We are out of executive session. No decisions were made. What are you saying, Cindy?
I need to pop over to building and planning. I have a building snafu in my district that I need to go.
Yeah, and I'm good. That's about the end of my update. So it did not take nearly even a half hour. Like I said, some of these will be short, some of them will be lengthy, depending on what I have to get into. I'm sorry.
I have stuff.
You have stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
That's fine.
Clerk of the board update, which is part of my update. I appreciate that, Caitlin.
Barb wanted me to bring up the 2026 boards and committees distribution for the BOCC, to keep considering that. She'll be bringing that up next week for action, I believe, or the following. And then again, to consider appointments for chair, vice chair, and member for 2026. I know you guys had discussed it, I think, last week. I don't think Rob was here. Maybe he was
online.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
don't know. I'll be whatever.
Okay. That's what she just wanted me to bring that up again. And then we also wanted to bring up the executive session forms online. The last couple weeks, the ones that we've been getting have not been correct or complete.
It could be me. What am I doing now?
Well, some of it is like the start time and end time don't match what is announced.
That's
Or
what time the clock is when I hit my form.
Oh,
So end
okay,
time.
because you have to it's
End
kind
time
of
should
hard
be
to end
fine.
time with, okay.
and then also sometimes they get submitted before the executive session actually ends, and then it continues, and then we end up.
Oh,
with
okay, so I didn't know. Okay,
I've done
so,
that. I did it
yes, I
once
thought
last
that's what
week.
we were supposed to do
That's
that.
gonna be part of the downside to the electric form.
So you want us to not submit them? How do we continue?
No, it's
with
like
them?
if you submit it, 'cause
Okay,
you
just
fill
fill
it
it.
out, right? And it's
Yeah,
annoying to
it's
fill it
right
out.
here. Okay, so I'm gonna
So you
continue.
submit it and then you extend, but it's
Okay,
already
so I
submitted.
get it. So
So-
don't do a second one.
I did
That's
it
all I
once or
do.
twice last week.
So,
What part of the form is annoying to fill out? Because I.
Okay, so it's annoying because like you saw, we're gonna go in executive session, well, it takes 45 seconds for the form to open. So now I'm 45 like, well, they're staring at me, 45 seconds, whoever else is at the table. So now I'm trying to hurry to get the form so I can announce it. Well, now the time has already changed, right, to go into executive session. And now I'm just trying to get it done so we can start. And if somebody wants a 3 to 5 minute one, you're already 45 seconds
Yeah.
into 3 minutes. Whereas when we just had the paper, you would just read it and you would write while you were in executive. The electric one's a little bit different. It doesn't really work like that.
and I would agree where Laserfish can be a great fix for a lot of things. Maybe this isn't one of them, but, and maybe,
The digital version was one that was brought up by one of the commissioners. I don't
No,
remember
and I
which one,
think
and
we do it-
it was accepted.
I just think sometimes we need a little bit of time because I am trying to write who's in there, who's online,
Yeah.
who's not, spell it correctly because we can't just do first name. So for me, I do have a little fog like, oh my gosh, Caitlin, what the heck is Caitlin's last name? Why do I not, you know? And
Well-
so I feel like the first minute, they're probably discussing something that I am more worried about this form than really engaging in what's going on. So I'm like, sorry, I missed the first part, like what?
well, and let's look at two different angles
But it'll
too.
work.
Is there, maybe we can talk to the prosecutor's office about having some random statement in front of anything that's, executive sessions are minute by minute, but because of, timing of computer generated forms, they may be off by 1 minute, or considered a scrivener's error and it's fixed in the minutes.
No, let's just give ourselves a minute maybe before, like, we're gonna go to executive session, it's 8:54, we're gonna go in 8:55, and then gives us a minute to pull up the form, get everybody on that's on.
And we can edit the form afterwards. So it's not necessarily an issue of correctness because Barb and I will double check.
Well, if I could put
before.
first names, that would be a heck of a lot faster than figuring out all the last names.
All right,
But
I'm gonna be a
we
bugaboo.
got pushed back.
If it's easy enough to fix after the fact.
Because we had to fix like
Conversation.
4 of them last week. And so that is just, and.
Sounds like you're gonna have to fix every one of them though, if the electronic form is such that it takes a while and it's not always gonna marry up.
We'll give ourselves a minute.
That is fine if we want to switch back to the paper forms. That's why we're bringing it up because.
If you don't want to make the adjustments, then you should probably do the paper form.
Yeah.
Because if you hit submit, because like a 5-minute executive session about nothing really, just real estate, then it becomes 15. Well, I already submitted it because it was nothing.
Yeah.
It just happens. You just hit submit, it goes. So you're bringing this up, so it's an issue to you guys. So it's either give a paper form where it's easy or adjust the electric one. I mean, it's pretty, you guys are deciding what we do, not us.
Yeah.
So
So
I
think
don't
we
care either way.
gave ourselves a minute and then not, because, and I didn't know, I just would do a new one. So, and don't submit it until we know it's not continued. So I think you give ourselves a little grace to get going on it.
So on the electronic form, can you wait until the end of executive session to submit it?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently that's what we're supposed to do.
That's what
I
just
didn't know
did.
that.
It's just sometimes you just hit enter and that's gone.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna
So-
skip on over.
Okay,
It just depends.
so I guess,
The paper one though, right? It's different. I don't know how to explain it. You guys have to sit here and do it.
what's easier for you?
It doesn't matter. Sometimes I hit submit and I tell Caitlin when she comes in, hey, I submitted that one early. I didn't think it was a big deal, but if it's a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean.
What do you
doesn't
prefer,
matter.
Gail?
One way of doing things.
Which,
I-
which
I
way of the
don't-
one way?
No, I
You
think we can do it electronic. I just think,
I'm just seeking direction from the board on what they would prefer for moving forward. So when it comes to ease for the clerks, sure, it would be easier for us to not have to correct forms later on. But if the board,
But you're sitting in here, you should just correct it right after. You know what I mean?
yes, but yes.
I mean, or else,
we will try.
Times.
like you're taking minutes, but there's not that many minutes.
We can do that. We're just
I think we can give ourselves an extra minute, then we're not racing through. And then not submit it until after we're done with all of them.
As long as there's been a lot of executive sessions where you were pushing it to get it done before another meeting started, and then you are racing.
That
through,
happens.
so.
But
I thought 4
Speaking
times was
of,
pretty good last
three.
week.
Yeah.
2 were probably me, 2 were probably her.
The only other thing that I had to bring up was, a few weeks ago, it was brought up, I think during an HR update. Wes Crago has a leadership training that he has offered to do for Grant County for free. And when it was brought up, it was originally discussed having it be during one of the elected official department head luncheons. But it is a 2-hour-long training, and the board at the time had also agreed to allow non-elected official and department head leaders attend this training. So I discussed with Blair and Barb a little bit last week because I know that we were looking to get it scheduled. We had discussed the option of having it be at a separate time outside of, other than the elected official department head luncheon. So that way we can, because we already do have a training and a conversation topic for the luncheon in February. So the thought was that we could bring it up at that luncheon and let the elected officials and department heads know that this training is coming up and that they can invite people that they feel should attend it. And then this would alleviate us having to make it be an open meeting, since they would just be attending that training just for that training and not discussing county business. And then we also would not need to worry about providing lunch for other people. So we've looked at some dates and times. It's really just from 1 to 3 for the times. And we chose Mondays or Tuesdays, so that way the board would already be in town, because I know you guys had expressed interest in being there. So I just wanted to run through the dates to see if any of them were like glaringly not good dates for you guys. So we had chosen February 17th, March 2nd, March 3rd, or March 10th.
February what?
17th.
When would we leave if we left, Tom? March 3rd, 4th, those don't work for me.
Okay.
My birthday, so I'm sure I won't be around.
Or March 17th.
No, it would be February 17th, and then we had March 2nd, 3rd, and March 10th.
February 17th, a Tuesday.
Mhm.
That's a great day.
February 21st to the 24th.
So right here. What'd you say?
February 21 to 24.
Do it after our,
It's like 20 to 25.
Yeah, it is,
It's a
yeah.
long trip.
Yeah, you end up, well, I know I end up being there the day before for the CIO thing, so. But
It'd be up in Public Works' conference room, so it can house however many people want to be there.
What's it for?
This is Wes Crago's Failure to Lead Leadership Seminar.
So
It's like 2
they,
hours long.
yeah, they do a deep dive into the B-52 crash at Fairchild and the failures of leadership that caused that and how it translates into our own situational
So we
awareness.
would just need to make a gap, like a 2-hour gap on that Tuesday. Is that what you're saying?
like at the end of the day or
We,
something.
we had looked at from 1 to 3. So you guys would have your meetings in the morning and then
Yeah, just do that.
go to lunch on February 17th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Is President's Day 16th?
Yes, yes.
Just a lot of staff isn't here the day after sometimes. So I'm just trying to. They aren't. It's like having something the day before Christmas. Probably not a great idea.
So going back to that executive session form.
Yeah.
If you want, I can fill it out.
It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of opening. Like when it delays to open, then it's like. And then say you just fill it out, go to the bottom, and you hit submit by accident. Not a big deal. It's like how many executive sessions did we do last week?
Right, so if you just don't hit submit, then
it's fine.
it's fine, okay.
I'm guessing Cindy did a couple wrong. And I know I did, like, I submitted one early or maybe the time different, but they're saying the times. So what happens is, we're gonna go into executive session, it's 9:01. Well, I haven't even gotten to my form yet. And now it's 9:02. So I announced 9:01, I put 9:02. I announced 8:55, I said 10 minutes, now it's 8:46, so I put 8:56 down.
What about preloading the form at the beginning of each meeting?
Well, that's what I'm saying, if I did it, I could just have it on my computer. So
Ready to go.
When we do go into executive session, I could be filling it out, and you could be running the meeting. So he doesn't have to worry about it.
Doesn't matter to me. It hasn't always been an option here. Someone that's capable of popping up a form, filling her
I'm
out.
trying to make it easy on you, Rob.
All right?
That's true. It's true.
Work with me.
I'll work with you. I still gotta open it to announce it though, you know what I mean? Because that form is the one that we have right there.
But, so are you gonna be the chair again?
No, I think Cindy's gonna.
Kevin, I think you ought to just dive into the deep end and be the chair.
We're gonna have Cindy do it, so she feels good about her last year.
Okay.
So did you?
It's her, in the Navy, we call this the
Which date?
Twilight Tour. It's your
Is it
last
like
year,
the
right? It's the last
18th?
thing you do.
Is there?
So she should have
We had-
like close
we
to
just
zero
chose Mondays and
responsibility
Tuesdays since you guys were already in town.
so that she can do whatever she wants, right? She can be as engaged and active as she wants to be.
I'm not sure. We had just chosen those dates to be after the elected official department head luncheon, so that way Blair can give all of them a summary of what the training is and they can invite their.
Oh, when's that luncheon?
February 2nd.
What about like the 10th, 11th?
Yeah. The 10th would be great.
I can have them look at February 10th.
Look at 10 and 11. Before Valentine's Day, so some people will leave because that's a weekend this year.
But the 10th, yeah, and the 10th, your meetings are done by noon, so the 1 to 3 is open
Yeah,
and you're already here.
and Wednesday is pretty open usually, so.
I'll work with Blair on that.
Do we have anything else from the clerk?
All right.
That's it. We'll go into recess at 9:05 and we will be back at
9:30.
9:30 for Public Works. Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and we are here for a Public Works update with Andy Booth and John Prissy.
Good morning. We'd like to start with our accomplishments update.
Okay, so all districts have been, with this weather, been able to get some road grading done, rock raking, and a little bit of gravel replacement, looks like down in District 3. Some culvert cleaning in both District 1 and 2. And District 3 is replacing a culvert on M Southwest, Royal City area. Also District 3 in that same area is doing some major ditching. The bridge crew was doing repairs and also their December routine, if that's inspections or some street cleaning, sweeping in District 2, Pelican Point, Ridgeview, Cascade area, District 3 on Dodson Road and 11 Southwest. They're also mowing in District 3 in the Royal Slope area. And District 1 was doing some weed cleanup and removal of burning weeds down here south of Ephrata, I guess, when it's not raining. A couple of projects, Drumheller is still going. It sounds like they've got that punched all the way through. They still have a bunch of rocks, but it doesn't sound like you have to go through a 2-track around the rocks anymore. Sounds like they got a clearing through it so you can drive straight through. And he was adding it up. He thought we would be done this week or next as far as what we have left to spend. And the fairgrounds track, they're done there. They've spent your money on that, so they're
That
done for
looks
the year.
amazing. That's one of the things I wanted to bring up, I went out there on Friday to check it out. Your crews did an awesome job.
Great. So
That's awesome.
both of those are, well, Drumheller will be done, but the track's done for the year. So.
Yeah, and I think what's remaining, I think the rodeo actually wants to keep what's remaining there. So remains to be seen. I don't know that we'll go back and remove anymore, so.
Okay, just let us know.
That's all, if you have any questions.
It's really surprising how much that opened up,
Yeah.
that area back there. There's a lot of space.
I haven't seen what they've done this year, but before they started,
It's impressive.
I'm glad it worked out. It was a good project for us as well.
You do any Drumheller?
They're out there now.
Yeah.
I went out there this morning, took a look at a piece of property for a gentleman that his property's worth a ton of money now that he's got that road through there.
Oh, I bet.
And he got water rights. And I'm like, I gotta go out there again to see if I can walk it without taking it.
Yeah, with the rain coming, you can get a little slimy out there.
Out there.
They are hauling screenings, reject out there to try to tighten it up before it gets too much worse, but it's gonna be what it'll be.
Probably be done with that this week. Have the money exhausted.
That's
for this
through?
year. No,
Yes.
I haven't done working on it this week because the
Just
money
as
will
far
be
as all
exhausted.
gravel.
But it is, you don't have to take the 2-track around the rocks anymore, apparently. Apparently they've got it broke through. They still have the rocks to pick, but you can drive through, straight through now. At least that stretch. We still have a culvert to put in down and that drop where the water runs. There's still a lot to do. But getting there.
How much maintenance is culvert required out there?
Typically, something like that, it won't take any maintenance. Because the most maintenance we have to do with culverts is typically where they get a lot of tailwater and then the silt gets brought in through. And then they eventually plug up over the years from the silt, from the farmer water. But something like this, I doubt we'll ever have to do any maintenance. So it'll rust out in 50 or 100 years or something. That'll be it.
We're in a pretty good environment for rust.
Yeah.
Just not real bad. But we love culverts. They're pretty easy.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay, Stratford Road. Hopefully Wednesday, we're gonna be putting delineators on that new stretch. Because the road and the back slope, everything's been disturbed, there's no vegetation, it's really hard to see in the fog. So we didn't have any delineators, they were ordered early last week. They're hoping to start installing them on Wednesday for that whole stretch down, the whole thing. So that should help in the fog. The other thing I had,
When you said the whole thing, is that like the whole stretch of the road or just that?
the new part,
construction area?
yeah.
Okay.
And I honestly don't know if the rest of it has delineators or not.
I think straight.
Say for sure. I think it would after the construction, they would have done it, but
I don't know, I'm sure it was, if they probably have in portions. They've been really, really good about several years ago putting
Yeah.
them up on all the curves, and so if there's anything that needed it, should have been there.
a few years ago, we did road 12 to 16. I'm guessing that definitely has it after construction. But then from 16 to 20
Okay.
is our next stretch to do. It may not,
Okay,
I
we
don't
would
know.
not have gotten back on there.
Well, and one of our foremen actually drove it on a foggy day in his own vehicle, and he said it's really hard to see. There's just no markers. And I drove it on Tuesday, inspected a couple bridges, and it wasn't even foggy, it was just overcast. And yeah, because the back slope, everything kind of blends together, so.
Well, and I think we've gotten really pampered with all the delineators and all the safety
Yeah.
features, the rumble strips, so it's made it, we take a lot for granted how safe our
Yes.
roads are.
I had one more thing that's not on our discussion list. Next week on consent, you'll see a contract from Strata Geosciences. That's for our water monitoring at solid waste. And we've had Mott McDonald. Strata Geosciences is the people that have been doing our work. they've broken off from Mott McDonald and started their own company. So that Strata Geosciences contract next week, that's what that'll be about. Do you have any questions on any of our consent items? We had the resolution to make John in charge of ER&R and one to make Juliana able to sign off on private development. We're trying to take a bunch of responsibilities off of the engineer because our consultant will start on the first of the year. Is that, any questions on that stuff?
I didn't have a question on it.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to turn it over to John to discuss new ER&R rates.
So, like we discussed last year, every year we're gonna go through, check our rates, see where we're at on equipment. What we thought best, considering budget and constraints that we're currently going through, is that instead of doing our rates based on a guesstimation on fuel prices of, like right now, the rates are based off of $4 a gallon for unleaded. We haven't ever hit that, right? So what we're going to do and what will be in front of you probably next week for consent is the new rates without fuel costs involved. It'll still have the maintenance and, you'll still have your oil changes, your tires, that type of thing. But we're taking the fuel costs out, and then we will bill each department for actual fuel purchased at actual rates. And so that's going to make a big difference in cost all the way around. One example where we had the vehicles under 10,000 miles were being charged either 10,300 a year or 13,000. The 13,000 are being dropped down to 10,000 some, and the 10.3s are down to, I think, 9,100. So it should make some difference all the way around, and you're not paying a rate for fuel that you're not even using yet. You'll be billed for what you actually use. It'll add a little bit to our administrative people to track that and bill it out, but overall, I think it'll help everybody considerably.
Well, and I hate to say it, but right now we're fully staffed, so we're able to do it more accurately.
That's always a good feeling.
Yeah. Hope I didn't just jinx us.
I know, don't.
But is that all you have, John?
I think so, until
Okay.
we have the rates locked down to put in front of you for consent.
That's all we have. Do you have any questions?
Thanks again for all the work out at the fairgrounds.
Absolutely. And the spring for the other hall,
I think what we need to do is just get together with Leidig and find out, they were looking at that site again to see how much was actually needed, and they don't think they need as much as they thought. So it might be even easier for you guys to do it instead of them using like Selling Construction or something.
Yep.
So,
and we have 30 or 31 dump trucks.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean all of them are operational at the same time, but and then 6 pups. So, if we need to break off for a week and haul with 30 trucks and pups,
that'd be awesome.
I don't even know that you'll need that much. I don't know what the site looks like, but
Yeah, I don't know that it's gonna need that much, so it's not as much. When they originally looked at it via satellite view, they thought it was gonna require something, then the civil engineer was walking the site going,
Yeah.
Let's revise this estimate.
Let's
We're talking about Phil at Kittleson for the coroner's office. It'd be better if we could use public works to haul dirt from the Neighbor Lake site than it would be to have Selling do it. Costs us a lot more, so.
if it takes us 2 days or a week, we can
That's okay.
we can take away from the maintenance to do that.
Well, and if I can find out now how much it's gonna take, you could do it whenever you can. Even if it was one truck at a time, once a week or something, I got a free couple hours, right, so.
Okay.
Well, if we have an open winter, might be a good time to do it as
Days
well.
like this. We do have a wind advisory for tonight and then a bigger one tomorrow, so just be aware of that.
Yeah, we'll make sure our crews know, because likely, make sure the chainsaws are ready to cut trees down out of the road, so. That's usually we end up with poplar trees across the roads and this kind of stuff.
Right,
That's
that's all
it.
we have.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank
We'll
you.
recess until 10 a.m. and we are back with auditors.
Yeah.
Can't even get into my,
Good morning, it is 10 a.m. and we are here for a auditor's office update.
good morning. As you may or may not know, Michelle is out until after Christmas. So it's just me and Amanda up in our crew. Nobody's scheduled to be out on vacation or anything. We're expecting our last payables to go through. Do you have a calendar? I think, is it this week? Kaylin, do you recall the email? Okay, so this is the last week for payables to go out unless there's something emergency that comes up in between now and the end of the year. We'll be able to have a firmer idea of where exactly we're gonna end. I have completed November's reports from Great Plains. I did want to clarify what I sent out on Friday does not include the payables transactions from Tyler. I need to create a separate report and include that and send that out to you guys. But I know that there's been some rush by Treasurer's office to have AP done or reports done for GP, so I made sure that that was done. As far as Tyler, our main priority now is getting in those actual transactions from July through now into Tyler, reconciling that, and then getting our budget done here and then imported into Tyler. We have until January 31st for the budget piece, but obviously sooner the better. But it's just gonna be waiting on what you guys decide as a board for those final budget figures, which we have a meeting this afternoon on. Is there anything that you would like before that meeting that I can prepare?
How close is it to being to where we're to being done?
The budget? It just needs decisions on what you want to change, move, cut.
I'm talking about like the numbers,
We
revenue,
were
expenses being
were we at
accurate.
7.3? What was the final? Can you email that last one or so I know I'm looking at the right one? I think our 7.3, and it looked like, well, look at my budget numbers because I always assume we're just had a little bit more money in reserve carryover than what we thought we did. So that's just me wishful thinking.
Do you have the link? Yes. It's on the N drive. I think you've printed it out before there was some more changes because that number is much larger. 2026 budget. Should be a loose file in there. Preliminary. If you open that. Can you resend that to everybody to share?
Only for that piece of paper that I had my incorrect adding on in front of everybody.
Yeah, just click that top one. Then Cindy Carter. Yeah, but that is it. Oh, better put Tom too. Tom Keynes. Oh, I can't get on here. So she sent out the preliminary budget as it is right now. The only thing that I can think that would be changed is the changes that were made to shared liability for the specific assets that's gonna be moved to the motor pool. This would not reflect that. Which I think that is probably, if it's
Okay.
all of it, 1.6 million.
Shared liability.
Our insurance premium, the amount that is for specific liabilities for vehicles. Right now, in the current 2026 budget, I have it put into the department's budgets, but Blair said that they were gonna be moved out, put into ER&R. That is not reflected in this.
Okay, so
That
we've
would be
got
the-
1.6 million.
Yeah, that's approximately what would be moved out of 1.6 to 2 million out of,
Okay, but that's only current expense.
yes. Well, it affects multiple current expense funds.
Okay, so the 1.6 is fully, because I thought it was like 900, 800 or 900 just for current expense.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It would be, I mean, I think it's almost close to, oh, yeah, for current expense alone, it's probably less, you're right.
I think it was like
Um,
900.
but that is not reflected in here, so I don't have those actual figures.
Okay, you don't have them pulled out, so they're still in there, so we can, in our mind, remove 800,000, because Blair was going to, yeah, he seemed to think that we always put them in current expense, so I don't. And then you just sent that to us? The budget, okay.
Yeah. That's the one.
But I can make sure that change is reflected before this afternoon. But that's the only thing I'm aware of.
Okay, so if we incur an expense, that's 7, is that the devil's number? Because I feel like this has been a devil of a budget. So, or 666, isn't it? 666. Okay, we're the, so
We're
777,
angels.
so we could take, I think it's 900,000. Let me find my email with Blair.
Go down. That number includes a full transfer requested by tech services for operations, which we've established that they have some carryover balance if we would like to dip into that.
I believe, well, and Tom, are you on board? I think we could give we could reduce that by 2 million.
I think Tom wanted to have maybe a meeting with Joe and other people involved in that. I don't know.
He's right here.
What was the total amount that you had there, Mandy?
I took it out. Let me go look at what the current one is. In the end and month-end reports. Treasure month-end, if you can get to that for me real quick. Connie sent those what day? Do you know?
Okay, so why did I think it was 800 or 900,000?
I really don't know what was isolated to current expense alone.
I thought originally you were showing like a $4 million operating transfer, but we were talking about maybe only transferring 50% of that.
Yes, that's true, Tom. She was asking briefly about another number. Just
Oh,
now.
okay.
I was looking for Blair's insurance because I thought he had ER&R.
Month,
all the
I've just teamed Blair and asked him to join us, so hopefully he'll just jump right in.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, report.
So I don't think it's that high, but all the sheriff's vehicles.
Treasure reports. Crash sheets. I should go to their star report.
Okay.
Keep that open, but go to the star report too.
Give me just a couple minutes with Blair. I think he's just indisposed at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just trying to kind of come up with my own where I'd seen.
Type in 501 hyphen Search Control
I
F.
found another one. Okay.
What does it say is the ending balance? I want to see something deal.
All right, why the general government has
That's right. 3.7 million, Tom, ballpark for 401.
And that's what's affecting current expense.
Well,
yeah, because it's a transfer. out
we
of
have a
2020.
transfer out in 2026 scheduled to be, that is closer to 6 million. So the more we could reduce that as part of the fund balance.
And you were showing a carryover.
Yeah, a balance, yes. We'll know for sure by Thursday or Friday because you won't have any more checks coming out.
Right.
What was their carryover right now?
3.7.
And then we're transferring 4 million.
We have a almost
Slated.
$6 million operating transfer for 2026.
I mean, if you just want to, if you just want to wait until, excuse me, Thursday, or just not transfer that 3 million, just leave the 0.7 just for anything that might be out there. I mean, I can find out. I doubt we're spending $700,000 in the next week. But I mean, if that helps, I can't tell you at this time whether or not we'd have to ask for a budget extension for some reason later, next year.
Mandy, the 6 million includes current expense and renew, and just coming out of current expense, wasn't it like 4 million?
I'm pulling that right now. So far, it's just for fairgrounds and tech services. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and I think Fairgrounds reduced theirs.
Theirs is only about 300-some thousand now, where it was almost 900,000.
And Rob, according to Blair's insurance premium allocation worksheet, the total premium amount for 26 is $6,637,546.73. Is that the number you were looking for?
We're looking for current expense.
Oh, okay,
Just
sorry.
for vehicles. He
Vehicle
had
number.
vehicles, actually, we don't pay for vehicles, Public Works does, so we need to remove the vehicle portion out of everybody's budget, which I thought it was like 800,000 or 900,000, that could be for everybody. Looks like it's probably closer to between 200,000 and 300,000 that needs to be removed. Because we're getting, current expenses getting charged twice for it.
So he's got a column for vehicle, which I believe is the premium allocation for vehicles across current expense at $569,383.51.
Okay, 563, okay.
569,
So we
383.51.
can go 570 basically, okay,
I'm gonna re-forward it to you so it's at the top of your inbox.
okay. Because the one I'm looking at says 563. Okay,
So for transfer out to capital service, 5.1 million.
5.1,
5.154, yeah.
and that's for TS and fair.
No, that's just TS.
Okay.
So however much of that 3.7 we can
Well,
use, we'll just lower that number.
What's Tom's annual budget? I feel like we've got, and there have been years when we did not do a transfer to TS because either the equipment, they've already bought it, it wasn't out.
I mean, most of it is for software and stuff.
Yeah. Tom, do you know what your budget, you've got 3.7 plus 5.1.
Yeah, let me double check. Let me see if I can get into their budget.
So the budget,
8.8 million. I don't think your budget's that high.
no, it's 6.3 or 6.014.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we've got about 2.8 million.
if we did all of it, but he sounds like he probably has December expenditures. And I don't know if you want to make sure that there's a cushion in there and not totally deplete tech services in its
No, but we
entirety.
could-
Our biggest expenditures are typically in the first quarter because that's when all the renewals hit. So, and we ramp down after the first quarter. But typically the first quarter is where we see that largest drawdown of whatever transfer is done.
'Cause I think the transfer is 6.3 or 6.014. 6.014.
Um,
6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.014. 6.0
Okay, so if we did 570,000, we take it out of current expense for vehicles, it would be a little less by, because renew is in
I don't
there.
think that number's
120.
right.
Renew is in there.
Yeah, it says Public Works. Sheriff's not.
Sheriff's in there.
17,000.
Okay, I have a different one, okay.
Well, that's something I can prep and get ready for you, that number for sure, and which department it
Okay,
affects.
and then
by
if we could
this
take 2
afternoon.
million then from Public Works to transfer, reduce that transfer from Public Works, I mean, from current expense to TS. So we'll have it probably closer, maybe 350,000 for cars, insurance.
So let's see. Sorry, I'm getting their budgets opened right now.
Joe, do you have a new estimate for ending fund balance after December?
Nothing's changed.
Okay, and then we have 2.4 million. I saw there some questioning emails going back and forth on that. Not stipend account, but the salary survey account, it was like at 2.4, but I know the salary survey, it was gonna be about 500. So if we did, we could take like 1.8 million out of that. I mean, we obviously don't have money for big salary increases.
So if you wanted to empty it,
Well, it has I thought it had 2.4 or 2.3 in it.
no, because there was some expenditures for Connect that it hadn't yet taken care of out of
Okay.
central,
So
out of
what is the
HR.
balance there? And
Um,
we'll have some more. This is definitely a decor conversation as well.
I can make sure that I do some
Okay.
work and figure that out for you
That would
too.
be like 1.5 million, easy.
So what were you saying, Daryl? 2.6 for 2.4 for the end of the year? Or 24 million or 26 million
24, 20.
26 is the end of November. I said 23.
for the end of December?
In December, but it's very contingent on the expenses.
Okay, and I've already sent that to you. Well,
Well,
lies. I didn't send Tyler.
It just depends on the expense number. It could be 23.4. Just depends on the expense number, how it comes.
Okay, well, assuming it stayed at 23 million, if we were able to make those reductions, 2 million from tech services, 1 million for conservative, 1 million for vehicles, 2.5,
I think the vehicles are gonna be more like 570,000.
about half a million.
Yeah.
Closer to half a million.
It
So,
might even be less than that.
Oh, wait, 570 minus 120. So what did we say?
well, 2.5 million roughly, and then if we dipped into the 105 fund for say $1 million,
We could easily do.
we would estimating next year to end at around 19 to 20 million. That's how much we'd be planning to dip into the reserves for the budget, ballpark. And so, I mean, that's just so, how much do we want to end
Well,
2026
we
with?
have not, again, the COLAs, we have not talked about COLAs, but we could push that back to each department and let them figure it out within their own budget.
So what about departments though, Cindy, that I'm going to use GCTS as the example. Their original proposed budget that they input was already a reduction of like 5 or 6%. Then they went back, reduced it 2%. Now we're removing 2 million, and now we're going to go back and tell them how to figure out COLAs. Is that what I'm hearing? And I'm just asking. I just need to.
Earl, who will end his year sometimes with $17. It is so close. There's no fluff, no extra. So I think this is a conversation we need to have with HR because we're not even addressing the COLA. But we've got to get to a number that we can balance this budget as the month is chipping away. Tom, if you're not union, I don't believe we are required to give a COLA. And this is just me talking. I don't know what the other two, but I think if it's.
I just want to make sure I understand what the the requirement will be so that we can explain it. That's all. That's the only reason I'm asking. I just want to make sure, because that question will come up. So,
Yep, we haven't even, probably more cutting than even needs to be done.
So did the sheriff, are we including the revenue estimates or excluding the revenue estimates for the jail?
I think they're shown included.
Which one's Daryl?
The beds,
The-
he increased revenues based on the beds, bed rentals. Increased $540,000, which I don't think that's wise since they're not doing it yet, but.
Mhm. Jail. Yeah, it is included. So it went up from 30,000 to 620,000 for the housing SCHB 5. Wait. Yeah, for what you're talking about, the board and room revenue for the other entities. That is in this budget proposed draft. You want to take that out, Rob?
No, it's something for discussion of, I mean, you're taking a revenue that doesn't currently exist
We're speculating.
for $500,000, which seems, like I said in their meeting, I wouldn't do that in my business, just put a number in because of the need for the number.
Yeah.
The jail's on track. It doesn't mean the transition will be done by then. It doesn't mean they will be able to house those people by then. If you wanted to consider a revenue for a quarter, I could see that more realistic of them moving in October area.
so an important note that I need to make, I was just talking to Vanessa. So she is forecasting a $3.4 million carryover, but she also made the statement that they planned for that carryover in that input that was 5 to 6% lower. So the reason why that their budget input was lower was they were planning on that carryover to make up for that. So, so if you take that 2 million away, that is definitely going to impact their budget in a negative manner, and we'll have to figure out how to make that up. So that carryover was calculated into their 2026 budget input. Which means that there's even more to cut.
Okay. So you have a $6.3 million budget and you have 8.8.
Realize that 3.8 million of that budget is just software maintenance.
But it should have, your $6.3 million budget should include all the software, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Well, what's the carryover in the $6 million budget, Tom? I don't.
with your carryover and your transfer.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna ask Vanessa to join on because she's the one that worked the numbers and put this in. So, do you want to join this meeting so we can talk about the GCTS budget as we're still trying to cut money from the budget? And they're asking questions about GCTS's budget, and you're gonna know it better than me.
Okay.
Vanessa, what bars or line items?
Pretty bare bones.
I just need you to join the meeting. We
Okay,
already know that.
Did you email me or do you want me to?
You guys give me 1 second, I'll get her onto the meeting.
Absolutely.
If you guys just have a list of things that you want to make sure I can get the answers to before our afternoon meeting.
Yeah, well, I think
I only have 6 minutes left on this meeting.
if they have a budget of 6.3 million, but they have a estimated revenue of 8.8, they've got over 2 million excessive revenue, but Vanessa will jump in.
I don't see what part of that could be carryover, because then they're essentially saying they're
Well,
gonna
but-
spend another 2 million on top of this, and that
I
doesn't
don't
sound.
think it has to be in the budget to spend it, so that's, I think where we'll get a little, we'll get.
Okay, update on vehicles. Current expense vehicles.
Okay, so looking at those two numbers, we're about 3.9 million.
Well, what if the 105 was just used for COLAs? If we used it,
We could.
but not
We
for
could.
balancing the
It's-
budget, but
we- I
for
mean, we just have
COLAs.
to be able to chisel things down, because that would work. And I'm gonna just say, we've gone through and pretty much I had to go through and take everybody's training and travel budget down, cut everybody's in half. I don't want to go do that as a commissioner, but it has been done in the past. Like, we basically shut down all out-of-state travel. And it's amazing what you can find there, a little here and there. Trying to do the soft approach. Daryl's been here when we've done that. It's always fun. If we can't do it that way, and then we notify the elected officials and the department heads, and we start talking layoffs, and that's really the last option.
It'd just be a moment while she gets her audio figured out. And Caitlin, if you could promote Vanessa to a panelist.
So then if we did that, if we could make that, if we could locate that 3.9 million, we would be down to taking 3.6 million. That's what our coming out of reserves would be, 3.6 million.
Hello.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hi. Let me just turn the volume up here a little bit.
Which would be, yeah, at 19 or 20 million. Mhm.
Vanessa, sorry, this is literally a pop quiz, and I feel really bad to get you thrown in. It shows that, I don't have it in front of me, so I'm looking for you. The TS budget, it shows for 2026 is 6.3 million, is that correct?
I don't know. I didn't get anything back from Mandy to show where those cuts brought it down to. So I don't have that in front of me. I apologize.
No, you're
Can you
okay.
share this with Vanessa? Here, we'll share with you what we have, Vanessa. What I want to see is what line items were estimated to use carryover? Because Tom says you built that into the budget.
Okay. So I don't see it yet.
Well, she's
Nice.
emailing it. It'll take it a moment.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And again, sorry, Vanessa, for putting you on the spot here at the last minute.
Vanessa, she's gonna send you an email, and it's gonna have your
Okay.
budget expense, the revenue budget, and the prep.
Okay.
Superior Court canceled their update, and then the next meeting is our work session, so we can go until 11 a.m.
Awesome.
MRT was canceled, other than we were gonna go over policy 600. So realistically, we can go until noon right now.
When do you want to have my meeting?
You know,
We
Daryl,
have it right now.
mix it in right now.
Because mine has nothing to do with budget.
Okay,
Well, it'll give Vanessa a minute
Yeah,
to look.
go
So
ahead.
what's going on?
Okay, so
So you didn't take those amounts off that we gave you, Mandy? I see.
hold on, Daryl.
So maybe while we have Daryl's update, Mandy, do you want to just run down and visit with Vanessa real quick so we can have Daryl's update and then we'll,
Across the road. Though.
Yeah. Okay,
Mandy's on her way over here.
yep, okay.
Does she know where to go?
Oh, wait, you're across the street, sorry, it's across the street.
Oh, yeah, do you want to go over there?
I'm sorry, what? Do you want me?
She's coming
I've
across
got the
the
email.
street
This
to
is the
see you.
report right here.
You mute her.
Is
Vanessa, Mandy's on the way to meet with you, and then she'll come back and we'll continue with the two of you. Daryl, go ahead.
All right, so right now, we were successful in purchasing some good investments. We have one that could have been called this week, and it doesn't look like it's been called yet, so we'll see how long we can hold on to it at 419. Our state pool and the county pool rates have closed the gap big time from a year ago. We're just under 1% now gap. Well, in the next few months, we'll be closing that gap a lot more with the maturity on things that are under 1% coupon. There's a potential new revenue, but I can't verify it until the assessor's office gives me some data. Unfortunately, I've been trying to get from Rachel to get a book of this year's levy rates for current expense. And unfortunately, when Melissa is here, she keeps having her door closed for meetings. And then she leaves, and so she never can get into her room to get the book to make a couple copies for me to verify what we did and see if we had a mistake made for this year's levy rate that's not recoverable. In talking to Clark County Assessor's Office, the chief deputy there, we believe that the TIF law provides an opportunity to recover a lot of the money, except for new construction in the initial year. And then you can recover that amount, and when it's part of the increment value difference where you're adding to the levy. It looks like the new form was created in October of 24, which I don't know if she was aware of it, which then has a mandatory section to fill out, and that's what I've been trying to get a copy of this year's levy limitation worksheet from her to see if she used the correct form to recover these monies. But the problem with recovering these monies, you have to have the data, of which we still have zero data. And that's why it's important to have this data before January 15th of each year. But also to the benefit of the taxing districts who are also impacted and have the ability to recover those monies, they need to have the data much earlier than that. And so they're put in a position of not knowing how much more they can put in their budget when the data is not being given to them from the assessor's office regarding the total tax increment increase and minus new construction. So what we've looked at, and I've sent the email to DOR to verify if the Clark County and I are seeing this right, is that you can recover monies from the TIF each year, except for the new construction specific to that year. And that this number grows larger and larger each year, this value, which then you base it on the levy rate to recover monies. It doesn't look like the taxing districts are being given a choice to accept or reject this amount, who are the ones affected by the taking of this money that goes to the TIF. So we're trying to resolve those answers because right now, Melissa said that there is no TIF add-on, and I'm not sure if she came in to correct her statement yet. But right now, Clark County and I in this new form in the state, it sure looks like there is an add-on.
And DOR told you there is an add-on?
The DOR has created a form that we can't figure out any other purpose than for that purpose.
This is the one you said that there was an email that was sent or something?
Right, Diane Locke, the department sent an email.
Then we looked for it.
Right.
And used Barracuda to look for it, and there was no
But actually,
email.
in the 2023 legislation, there is some very specific language regarding this addition. I do not believe our legislators are aware of it, because what they meant is those who voted for were voting for a tax increase. And I don't think they would have been, and while our local, Rivera and Dent voted against it, pretty much everybody else in the state voted for it. I don't know what their reasons for voting against it. I don't know if they knew this particular situation or just voted against it for other reasons. But right now, that's in legislation. We can't figure out any other purpose than to assist the districts that are losing their monies to recover some of it, which also means that the growth of the value will also benefit the districts. But what it does mean is there's a double taxation on that same value on the taxpayers. Now, one thing that came out last week is the state the DOR's estimated ratios. We improved from third worst in the county to now sixth worst in the county, in the state for ratios for real property and personal property. Our personal property is quite high, and that's what's helping out our ratio not be as bad. But what I was saying is that our ratio for, I believe the number was 88% or 84%. 84% was a ratio of value to what we're supposed to value on real property in this county. So, but even though that means we pay a higher levy rate, a state school part 1 and 2, than most counties in the state, there's still been a big, due to the valuation increases on the west side, that really reduced the amount of our levy rates for this upcoming year. It looks like we'll have a 30-cent plus benefit of a lower levy rate than what we had for this year, even though our ratio didn't improve much at all. So there's going to be lower levy rates just for the state's purpose that assists. So now the mechanics of this this TIF would probably raise the levy rates just a hair. But the one problem with this whole process is that all taxpayers in the county pay it. And I'm not sure. Here you have a TIF that affects a certain area, and now all taxpayers are paying. And so this TIF has been really a mess. Chelan County is still pondering a lawsuit, and this may be a good assistance to that lawsuit, this new variation and its impact on the other counties and other properties in the county outside the TIF. So that's what's happening. But all I need is one thing to verify is what form did Melissa use for this year's levy rate calculation? And that's what I've been trying to get for a week.
And you checked with Matt?
That's not Matt's area.
He might know, was why I asked.
Yeah, I've been trying to go through Rachel. And all she says, well, that's in a book that Melissa keeps in her office. And just, she was going to see if Melissa comes in today and try to get that book. And I'll try to send another reminder, hey, remember to get that book so you can make a copy of a couple pages for me. Because we don't know what she knows. So there's a little revenue opportunity of additional taxes that we can get with that, but we need to have data. We need to know what the total increment value is. And right now, the other counties already know their numbers who have TIFs. And I don't know if she's even started inputting information in the PAX TIF module. So that's my report from the treasurer's office.
All right.
I do have Jim Nelson coming in and talk to him at 3 o'clock. I believe he's going to talk to me about our old debt and seeing if we have what needs to change in interest rates to make it worthwhile to refinance some old debt that we have. And I'm a little more, we don't just refinance debt just for the benefit of letting it on council, them just earn a bunch more fees. We're doing it where it's significant for everyone. And those fees are worth paying to get a much larger reduction. That's my opinion on refinancing debt.
Oh, I agree.
It's sort of like refinancing a mortgage. Are you just refinancing so someone can make fees? Make fees and then have hardly a change to your monthly payments? Or do you wait and where it's a lot more significant should be worthwhile doing? And where it's a lot more significant should be worthwhile doing.
Depends on the percentage amount and the time it takes to make up the difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you can save 2%, you're obviously gonna refinance because you can make that payoff in 4 months
Yep.
for the fee.
And right now with the interest rate cut, the 10-year rate has actually gone up, which is not good. Because 10 rate is a key rate for mortgages. Right now, this morning is at 4.18, where we used to be under 4 a month ago. So yeah, the problem is not knowing how many businesses are we going to have any major businesses closed down this year, this next year. Of course, my opinion on RRC is they're playing a game with RRC. They're trying to make the stock as worthless as possible so that this one entity can buy off everyone else and then all of a sudden put the investment back into RRC and get it running again. That's my personal opinion. And I believe there's a lawsuit regarding that potential, what they're trying to attempt to do from the minority stockholders. Technically, that's a long walk. For me, I would be in pain because that's a painful walk for me.
Mandy's on her way back over there.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Hey, Daryl, that's a Christmas tin full of homemade cookies there on the table.
Yes, I saw it. It sort of didn't look like it was open.
Nah, it's not open yet. It's open now.
And that's why I wasn't touching it because I hated to be the first one to open it.
Be the first one.
Hey, it's open. I guess I could have a couple. 3.
You can have as many as you want.
Would you guys like it?
No, can't break the seal.
So our play had to sell out for the final show.
What was this one?
This is Christmas with Little Women. It was just an hour-long show. We like to have the Christmas shows much shorter so that kids can come and not be so fidgety for the length.
Thank you, Mandy. It's a hike now. I forgot that they're not just right downstairs.
No worries. Yeah, we're on the same page. So we could reduce the operational transfer from 5 to 3 million, maybe even a little more, but if we want to leave a little cushion for them.
Then my calculations, sorry as we're bouncing, would be ending the fund balance to 19.4 million, give or take, because I just started the reserve right now at 23 and it may have been some change, but with 19 million in 2026. So if we took 400,000 out of vehicles, 2 million out of TS, and again, we have not talked to
I
Decorah.
think the vehicle number's still wrong.
Okay,
Blair won't, he was at Public Works, he'll get to us.
but it's still,
soon.
if it's, if it helps us.
I think it's like 40,000.
Okay, and 1.4 or 1.5 million out of the salary survey. And then we'll need to do a little scrubbing to get the COLA. I don't have a number on what the COLA is, the final amount. So I feel a little better about this.
Problem is, we're gonna build a new jail and then have this huge increase in medical.
We
We
haven't
better
even
have it
added,
for something other than our own prisoners.
It's not even added in.
it's not even added in.
The only good thing that jail service would provide is takes liability off the county. That's the biggest benefit of it.
I mean, did we get a value yet of how much our insurance would go down because of it?
Oh, it probably won't go down at all.
No, I think we're gonna add an addition, because I thought the big increase, I think in January, we're gonna be looking at our insurance, so hopefully we can level it out and
I'm hoping there's some federal grants available for some of those medical dollars. We'll find out hopefully after today.
I am. And maybe the economy will pick up next year. I'm just
Don't think
still
so.
seeing neutral, but
I would assume neutral as well. Cheap money for a while, big grants for a while. Now people need to level out.
just one thing to ponder, if you have any capital improvements being paid out of current expense that can't be paid by a different fund, and look at a loan so you don't absorb it all in 1 year.
I don't know that we identified very much capital for current expense. I think it was mostly REIT. Isn't that right, Cindy?
what was that, Tom?
Identifying funds for capital projects this year. I don't know that we identified
Or
current
maybe a couple
expense.
of current expense, because I know Jim is wondering when we're gonna address the capital. I'm like, if it's not in your budget for current expense right now, it's probably not gonna get added in.
There was only a handful of undesignated, like $64,000 worth.
Where are you?
Supposedly there's some movie out on the gorge, the history of the gorge out there.
Really?
And they're showing Mr. Bryan in some of those interviews. No matter how his personality drives me crazy, he was a visionary. Remember the days do you remember Bill Parsons, Cindy?
Yeah, I remember Bill, yes.
He's not there, right?
No.
Okay.
Bill left, Danny took over, and now, what's the new guy?
Yeah.
And he's
So,
been
and I
very
remember Danny.
proactive about. David Strauss.
Okay, I've seen that. And of course, there's always one thing you could do.
What's that?
All your non-current expense funds that you allow invest their monies and keep it, just say not for this year, next year. And let those revenues go to current expense fund instead.
Like, what fund would that be?
I thought you always encouraged us to give them their interest revenue.
Oh, if they've asked, yeah, I'm not
No, I
gonna,
have not been a person that makes sure you stay on top of that.
Oh, because we've moved a couple because you
I
bring
know.
it up.
Yeah, the jail one kind of was the big one.
The biggest one.
Yeah.
Should have just left it in there.
Is there anything for me?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I got more emails to respond to.
Thanks, sir.
thank
Thank
you,
you very
Darrell.
much.
We probably will not have anything from Cora until we meet with her.
Tomorrow or what?
Well, to get the COLA,
She's coming in at 11.
okay.
Just ask her.
We've got to figure out where to
You're
get
probably
that.
going into executive session for negotiations to talk about COLAs, I would think.
You guys want me to see if Decora's available and we can come over?
She's coming at 11.
Yeah, well, so I feel like if we can get those changes made, so it might not be $400,000 but still whatever we can remove for the vehicles. And then we need to talk to Decor about the salary survey, but I
Yeah.
feel like we're struggling to balance our budget right now. There's probably not a whole lot of salary increases that we're gonna be putting in next year.
Did you guys want me to take out the estimated revenues for the jail? The 540,000.
Or cut it down. thoughts on that, either of you?
I don't know, I'd kind of,
Well,
I think it makes our budget look a little better, I'd leave it, or cut it in half, maybe cut it in half.
you don't know when they're gonna get moved in there.
Yeah,
And you're,
and there's no contracts actually signed.
well, it's gonna take a while just to get settled in and to get things figured out before you wanna bring in more people. In my opinion, I mean, it's gonna take a little bit to, I just don't see it happening this year. It's gonna take a little while. Everything goes well and they can get people in, that's one thing, but.
PMRT was canceled.
Really?
No. It was, but not really.
But not really?
Some of our policy.
The position management of PMRT is not going to happen.
Okay. They just appeared here. We need-
Do I stay or do I leave?
Just stay. Only because I don't know what policy it is. Well, that affects you.
So Cindy, after that back, I had to walk back and forth a little bit, so I missed some of that meeting. In your estimation, where are we sitting then, as far as?
Okay, so we're at $7.7 million. If we reduce a little bit of that revenue from the jail, but if we took out 400,000 in vehicles, which it could be more like 40,000, 2 million in TS, 1.5 million in the salary survey. And again, we have not confirmed this or talked to anybody about this. So it would, that would be 3.9 million or 3.5 if we don't do the 400,000 in vehicles insurance. But if we did the, so it's about 3.6 million. We have 23 in reserve. We'd end the year in about 19 million in reserve. So, which is very doable. And then we still need to address the COLA.
Yeah, and we didn't, there's been talk about what we want our cash balance to be, or our reserve balance going forward. I know that we've arbitrarily kind of thrown out 20 million, but I don't know that the board's actually decided on what that number should be. So that's just a number that was thrown out there so we can keep the process moving.
Well, it's got to be sustainable, so we have to be able to do it.
Yeah.
Keep it next year.
Boy, I feel like we walked in and it got really quiet.
Quiet.
HR is here. Stop talking.
You wish.
I know. HR is here. Here's our problem. Fix them.
That's where it actually is.
Hmm.
Oh, so I sent it to you.
Bring your own weather.
and straight into PMR?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of working on budget still.
Oh, okay.
Cindy has talked about pulling what, $1.5 million out of 105 to balance the budget.
You are kind of the gatekeeper of that one.
As of 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
But if that would, and I don't think we're gonna have, because you were about 2.5 million. I don't think we're spending over $1 million on the connections,
No, it was, well, just for the
like
conference.
500,000,
Yeah. I would
Mhm.
sit about there for that, what it's going to cost if the board chooses to match positions that maybe have fallen behind.
Yeah, well, we're kind of
That's
in a
where the
situation,
expense is gonna
I
come.
have a feeling we're probably gonna implement a hiring freeze so I just don't see if there is an increase. Till things shake out. In July, we're gonna have a better idea of where we're at financially, but
When do you expect the compensation of this process to be done?
It'll be in July. Our schedule is July.
So it may be, yeah, maybe something you don't even budget until 2027.
Possibly.
Well, if you
I mean,
take
I
a
hate to
million
take
and a
the
half
money.
out of 105, it's not going to exist next year. So you won't have $1.5 million for 2026 budget. So you're already gonna be $1.5 million short for 2026 budget. So there will be no increases. Because it's not gonna,
Or
it's
training.
not a revenues, it's a set aside, so.
Mandy, can you remind me how much is in 105? So off of my head, I don't remember.
One moment.
Thank you. I'll write it down.
2.7, I think. 2.8,
I thought it was 1 point.
the 1.8.
Put it in.
1.8 sounds better. I think that's what
That's
it
the
is.
number last week.
It's 2.4, but I don't think that accounts for the expenses to date because they were done in current expense as of this report.
Okay.
So that will still make a difference in 25 budget when that is accurate? When that transfer's done?
Yeah, well, I think it already got done, but in Tyler.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Mandy, that's confusing to me.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you.
The
This
transfer,
fund balance doesn't account for Tyler's expenditures.
So the reports you're generating are at a GP.
No, these are Daryl's.
Where's Daryl?
Well, I mean, it's because it was December is why it wasn't counted in this number. But also, my number wouldn't be good because it doesn't have Tyler.
105 is paying for Tyler?
No,
No.
105 is paying for $307,000, $380,000 that was paid out of 2024.
Right.
And that transfer wasn't done, it was just done recently in Tyler.
Okay,
So it's not, this does not take account for that, so we have to reduce it from it.
understood.
Okay.
I understand.
okay.
So it's like 2.1.
So then I need to figure out what the remaining balance is to compensation connections for the rest of the project.
But it should be $1 million should cover it. That should be,
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be like 700 or 800. Wasn't it like 5? I don't know if it moved it up to 500,000 total or the 500,000 was it writing the new job descriptions and everything. I can't
It moved it up to
500. Okay, so that will give you 500,000. Basically a cushion balance in there. Not a lot for salary increases. But we do need to talk about, I hate to jump in here, the COLA. We are not addressing a COLA in this. So if we end the year, it's going to be basically about 19 million in reserve that we will end 2026 because we've got to take $3.6 million out of reserve. And this is not including the jail nursing staff. We haven't even put that in. And it's not including any COLAs. So I don't know what that number looks like. I don't know if this would be a time that we need to go into executive session, discuss it, or if we don't do a COLA this year. except
That's
for
up to the
year.
board, if you want to know. You've been resistant to know, but
I think we're to the point where
we
I
wanted to
feel
get-
like I've got,
wanted to
like,
get the
I'm okay with
budget.
the budget, where it's gonna land in the, with the 19 million reserve,
Is that there? Are you
the 19.
in the spot for the budget? Feel comfortable with where you're at? and needing to
Well,
go,
but we
or-
still need to, well, I am, I don't know about Rob and Kevin.
It's hard to say. I mean, I think you're in the ballpark, right, of the number, but I don't know.
So Cindy, you said,
No, there's no spots, you're just fine.
you said 19 million and then
Except
3
for when
million.
Ross sits in my spot.
What were those allocated for?
Okay, the 19 million. That's just what our reserve, like next year when we start our budget, we will have 19 million in reserve. I think this year we had, right now we're ending our year with 23.5 million in reserve.
So you're gonna take out 3 to help balance?
3.6 million. And last year we did 4 million to balance our budget. But we also had,
And the board's confident with that number?
I'm confident enough to move forward on it.
I know I missed your meeting with Mandy, so I don't know, I just wanted to make sure.
Well, it feels a lot better than 7.7 million.
Is there a way that between now and the budget meeting this afternoon, that you could work with Daryl and make sure that the numbers Cindy's thinking of are accurate, so that the whole board could think that that was good? That we would be removing.
Well, I think Daryl needs to visit with Missy to get, I would say this is probably Daryl's conservative. If anything, he visits with Missy, it might go up a little bit. But he hasn't been able to get, it's gonna be, I think, a little bit bigger conversation than what Mandy can handle with Daryl. But we could try.
Well, I mean, that would be two of our three that were,
Yeah, but no,
in
that's,
agreement.
I would go for it. But he was here earlier.
We're reconciled to Daryl. We just don't know what he's projecting for December.
So let me say what I'm driving at. So I've got one commissioner saying, I'm comfortable moving forward, but we don't know if the other two are. I'm trying to figure out what it takes so that we have three board members
Yeah.
all nodding their head yes, saying, yes, we're all comfortable and trust that this number is accurate.
Yeah, and I could certainly use the time between now and then to get it done. The only things so far that have been asked.
Tom, the question is Melissa even here to provide any numbers?
So I'm curious about that because when I spoke with Daryl on Friday, he said that he had everything he needed. So that makes me wonder why I even have to talk to Missy if he had everything he needed to be accurate. I mean, that was the conversation I had with Daryl on Friday. So, but I'll go ask him.
There's some opportunities for some recouping some funding with the TIF, but not the new construction. So
There's a lot of questions regarding the TIF.
personally,
I
I
know
was
there is,
having a
yeah.
hard time tracking Daryl and following exactly what he was asking.
Some of the questions about TIF, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No.
Some of the questions about TIF though are Daryl, and I'd love it if he was listening. Daryl's interpretation of what he's expecting the state or the DOR to say, not necessarily what is happening in existence today.
But then we're also going to implement an additional tax on top of the TIF tax. That's basically what it is. It's a way to recoup the loss. So how do you recoup a loss? You put it on top, which we're not going to make that decision this year because we already have done the levy.
But I feel like we have met with Missy, we have met with Daryl, we have come up with these numbers. So I think are they 100% spot on? No, we've never been 100% spot on. But I think we're as close, and we've never really had to wait this long to get what the expected expenditures are in December. So I feel like we're going above and beyond to get the expected expenditures just because of the new software technology, the transition, so. But yeah, we can wait. And it's just a budget to have a basis of what to start the year off of. I mean, we ended up this year with a few million that we did not spend or carry over.
So it looks like the total contract for compensation connections was 331,200. That was with the amendment.
That was, I'm double checking.
I want to say it's closer to 5 with everything.
Do you have the amended up?
This is the amended contract. Herb just sent it to me. So,
Okay,
yeah,
then
so,
yes.
yeah, so it says the proposed new project budget total 331,200. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
So it was originally 230,400, then there was an amendment.
Yeah, because we added the 100,000 for the job descriptions. Yeah.
So that's your compensation connections cost minus whatever we do to impact or not impact. Thanks, Barb.
Thanks, Barb.
But so do we want I guess the next big question is, what are the COLAs going to cost? So I don't know when we want to discuss that, if we even want to know, or we have been kicking that can down the road, but I think we're going to have to open that can sooner than later. We want to discuss it now.
I'm fine with discussing it. I think it's gonna add another number that we just throw around, and I don't know if we have, like, if we're dialed enough, but I'm fine with getting the number.
Do we have any idea what that number might look like?
I have it right here.
Okay.
Only one.
You're not gonna share?
Okay, so we are.
Should we go to executive session?
We will have, because it's a
Negotiation.
Before we go into executive session, I will say this. Watching this play itself out across the state, COLAs have not been a singular number. They have been different in every county. So there's been a range, and it's been quite the range. So some are pretty low. So anyway.
How long would we like? And who would we like to keep in the room?
Well, I guess I'll everybody being in here.
Okay, I think this is probably the team that's going to be trying to find the solution to find where it's going to come from. So, okay. So 5 minutes should do it.
So just a reminder, executive session stays executive. Please don't share outside of executive session. You can discuss it with people in this room, but not with anyone else outside of this room. So we will go into executive session for 5 minutes, beginning at 11:14, and we will return at 11:19 for negotiations RCW 42.30.1101B. I'm going to wait until 11:14 to enter.
Thank you.
Yeah, 110. I got my form already done.
I have once again decided to be difficult.
Okay. Amanda, what's your last name?
Simonson,
And sorry, I don't know your name.
Amber, Jacobs.
Okay. Dang, I must have got it right at the beginning.
She makes sure we all get paid, so.
Okay, yeah.
Better know the name.
Yeah.
And thank you.
All right, we are.
Yeah.
We are out of executive session. There's a little.
That helps.
We'll bring it tomorrow.
Okay.
Or this afternoon when we
Okay.
have to talk
Well, that
about
helps,
budget.
kind of. Mandy, what was the balance we carried? Was it 4.5 million for this year?
balance for what?
2025 reserve. Take a look. Our budget, when we balanced the budget, was 4.5 million that we took out of,
For 2025?
yeah.
Oh, I think you have my budget.
I want to say it was 4.5.
The battery's
This
not
one?
working.
Try this one.
Larry, do you know what that insurance number is? I heard a rumor that you had
Yeah,
3.8?
3.8.
For 2025, yeah.
hold on one second.
I was gonna say, I bet that was turned off.
Sorry, I didn't look at that.
I thought it was.
Thanks, Nancy.
But we also had like 700,000, okay.
I got a job for NGCTS.
Larry, do you know what we have for current expense, what that insurance per vehicle, what we had in current expense, what that amount was?
Per vehicle,
The
Or- total for the vehicles?
5 something, but that also included public works.
So for vehicles, you also have to include the equipment. So that brings it with the,
Did you put, were you,
go ahead, Cindy.
I saw there was a column for equipment and there was a column just for vehicles, but
Mhm. And then when you add that, so it comes to.
Where is it, the total premium amount on your spreadsheet?
580 something?
Plus the 111,131.43, yeah.
Okay, so it's
On the road.
$6,640,080.07.
Yeah, but there was one column that had just insurance, vehicle insurance that was put in each elected official, or each current expense budget. And that the vehicles need to be removed and put, they're already added, they
No,
should.
it's all been taken care of.
Okay, but I just needed, it hasn't been subtracted out of our budget, so I need to know what that.
No, it has been taken,
Okay.
it is, so you guys have one vehicle that is ER&R and one that's not. So it is all taken care of.
Okay, and everybody else is out of current expense?
Everyone that has it, it's all been taken care of, so it all has
Because
been.
Mandy told me it was still in the budget.
I didn't move it out of the budget.
So what I sent to you, the new one,
Mhm.
has it all been taken, it's all been moved around correctly. So if they have ER&R vehicles, they're not, the departments are not being billed, should not be billed. fully.
Yeah, but I need to take them out of the budget.
Okay.
And, so
So I think
that's,
that's where a disconnect is. So
Yeah.
if you could get that list,
he sent it to me.
okay. And I was just kind of trying to come up with a number, but I will keep trying to guess what a number would be. I'll be patient.
We just need to bring you a jar of M&Ms, and when you want to guess numbers, just guess that. Then you can keep your mind going
I'm
and not worry about.
I think we're getting close. I feel like we're getting really close. We do have a little chipping away to do. So. I figured the easiest way that I'm throwing this out is we could get there. So we're not doing layoffs. We just do a hiring freeze for 2020 from now, from this date moving forward. Approve, even if it's in the budget, we need to approve all out-of-state travel because I feel like even though it's in the budget, that would be the easiest.
Well, you have to
And
approve
go
out-of-state
by-
travel anyway.
Yeah, but just because it's in the budget doesn't mean it's actually gonna happen. So I think that would save a little bit. And we have gone capital purchases before. If it's in your budget, you go. We have previously, it's gone to the board, you know, if they needed a copy machine, if we could wait, you know, just have a little discussion, like if we can wait on this. Some of just little small changes have made a big difference.
Okay, so when you say hiring freeze, are you speaking to all new positions or even through attrition?
Everything, everything.
So if somebody leaves, like, I'll use HR, if somebody left HR, would we not backfill that position?
Well, you would have to come to the board. You don't automatically get to backfill that position. If you could wait like 2 or 3 months, or if it's a critical position, it would be filled
Okay, I just
immediately.
wanted to make
But
sure
if
that
it's something
that's-
like, do you really need this position? Could you wait 5 or 6 months? Could you, what impact is this? And
Okay, so.
It-
hiring
it
freeze
starts
would
adding up.
Would then include attrition. Thank you.
it starts adding up. But that's just
That's
throwing
yours.
that out there that
Yes.
it's an idea to move forward and we can kind of see how things shake out.
Well, and I think if the board, sorry, if the board wants to do that, if it's in a budget, that's Osborne v. Grant County. Same with training. If it's in the budget,
But we also, okay, but sometimes I agree with you, but we have been able to implement a hiring freeze because of budgetary reasons. So it's either layoffs or a hiring freeze.
yeah. And what I'm saying is like for training, maybe you do put all of it in 105 and don't approve it in budgets. And say, if you guys have a training need, it has to go through the board. And funds are allocated that way, because
Rather than in budgets.
And you may even implement the hiring freeze prior to adopting the
You know, we
budget.
have not really had a whole lot of pushback because when we have had to do a hiring freeze, it's most of our employees are willing to do that instead of doing a layoff.
I think if you do it prior to adopting the budget, I think it shows a more proactive stance than a reactive stance.
What do you mean, do something?
If you were to talk about doing a hiring freeze for 2026, I would start it like now. I would get
Oh,
that.
I think it would, yeah, I'm sure it words out.
I would get that communication. Well, not officially. I
No,
mean,
but
people are
I
talking
think
about
there's
it,
been
but
discussion.
yeah.
But again, the last thing I want to do is look at layoffs, but.
yeah, no,
Because if all the elected officials and department heads came to me and said, no, we don't, it's important that we not have a hiring freeze, so then it's. I mean, Tom, there's only so much.
I'm
paper
looking at it
and-
from a messaging standpoint.
Yeah,
That's
no,
it.
I 100% agree,
I'm-
but there's always gonna be probably an elected official that will say, it's in my budget, I'm gonna move forward and.
that's what I was speaking to.
Yeah.
Put it into 105.
And maybe even positions. To Decora's point about attrition, the position management tabs all go to 105, and if there's a request, they have to go through the board to see if it's available.
But again, that is like a last ditch effort. I don't want to do that. I don't like to micromanage like that.
But sometimes
I
Are
think
you,
we're
are you
getting close.
managing offices or are you just managing the budget?
Well,
I wouldn't think of it
we
as
are managing the
micromanaging.
budget,
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I would see that.
but
I
it
mean,
feels
that's what I'm
like
saying.
an overreach
Yeah.
when you're
I
telling people.
don't
you
think
can't.
that's an overreach. I think that's the legislative
Mm-hmm.
body managing the
is-
budget the way they should.
Yes.
We're just being responsible.
Yes.
Especially when you have people who will say, it's in my budget, I'm gonna spend it.
Yeah,
Because we do have people that say that, and will do
Yes.
that.
that's what I mean by being
And that's
proactive.
true, because
That's
I
the-
don't think we've really had to do it. We do have some new department heads and elected officials that have not been in
Well,
this
and
go around, like a situation
Yeah.
like this before.
Only have several new potentially for next
legal
year.
counsel has encouraged the board to do just that.
Okay.
And that is to put it elsewhere, like in the 105, and then manage it accordingly.
Mhm.
So, because that is the one thing you have. And the only way to do that is to have it funded separately.
So I don't even know how many new positions have been approved,
Well, and
or they're still in the
and
budget.
to take that one step further, I think part of that also is to understand this new metric, which is our WCRG placing stipulations on how many people we hire without giving us a surprise next December. We need to understand that more, and that's part of the reasoning behind that.
Again, I was shocked because I had to call and figure out, I think Blair was shocked, like they didn't tell us that this was coming. They didn't even give us an idea that they were going off employee count. So,
Other entities that have WCRG have experienced the same thing. We're not unique. So it's been
Well,
a
I think
surprise
it
to a
was
lot
a-
of people, and it seems to be a new way for
But
them
usually
to
it's
operate.
conveyed to us. It wasn't even conveyed to us that.
Yeah,
ready.
exactly.
It's
That's
usually,
a
it's
problem.
usually building value or a lot of vehicles being added. It's not the employees.
Okay, so Mandy, so we have some new positions apparently that are kind of in the budget maybe that have already been approved?
No,
No, we don't have any.
they are all separate and just like we did it last year,
So they're not really even in the
they should not be.
105 account. So,
I mean, we've, through the budget, we have separated
or
them
whatever
out.
that count, 117. Yeah. that one
And there are currently 27 requests out of current expense for 2026.
And they are not in the budget.
They are not in the budget, should not have been in the budget.
Are
No.
these new positions?
Some of them are new, some of them are reclasses.
Okay.
Yeah. I can tell you the difference. We have, out of those, there are 4 additional staff or new positions, the rest are reclasses.
Okay, and so, and Mandy also, I don't know
Oh, I
if we,
lied. Hold on, let me sort this.
the laserfish, we do have some laserfish, some projects that I don't, they're not gonna come up to the 750,000 we have in there, but there might be $100,000
And that's all
in training,
current.
in software, that we could use that historical, that's a little savings.
One way to look at that too, 27 requests, including attrition, right? Even if you average 100,000 per position, that's $2.7 million.
But they're not in the budget is the thing. They're not even added in their budget. And
Correct.
so that's,
I mean,
that's another,
that's
yeah,
an impact.
2.7 million
So the
passed.
reclassifications, even the offset for reclassifications, that should not be in the budget. It's just separate and has not been included anywhere. Is my understanding, Mandy. I shouldn't speak for you, but
What?
just say yes.
Yes.
No new reclassifications, no new employees.
In the
It's not
budget.
added.
Yeah, they shouldn't be.
And I think when Gina and I have seen them in the budget, we've pulled them out and put them here.
Well, I
And
feel like
we've
this
had a
year, if
couple,
I make a
but-
motion to adopt the budget, it will be making sure that no increases were accidentally added in, and if they were, they are not included in the.
Once it goes through though, will it matter?
There's been a motion that,
No,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
just
know.
gonna say, well, it came through on my budget, so.
okay, so we still have a little bit of cleaning up to do. But gotta get some creative thinking here.
Blair, I didn't write down your number. What did you say it was?
So it's the 5, so if you go to the premium allocation I sent you, if you go to the bottom, it's the 569, 383 plus the 111, 131.
But that included public works vehicles.
That's the ER&R, the ER&R, but I can get it the separate.
I've been trying to take it out just now, and I think it's closer to 329,000. That's current expense.
You want just what the non-ER?
Just current expense.
Okay, let me get that for you. Okay, give me a sec. Give me 1 sec.
Guys, I just have to take out Renew, Public Works, and New Hope.
So her, was that guess of a number, was that countywide or just a select group that you gave us an executive, or it wasn't really even a number? Was that countywide?
That was, no, that would have been
Only one
the
group,
groups.
just the groups?
Yeah, there's what, 5?
Would you say that includes half,
Oh, yeah.
like 50% or
Yeah,
75%?
I would say more than 50%. And again, we can bring those numbers this afternoon when we come back.
just looking for every stone.
Sure. How many of these are union?
I'm really at a loss, right? I mean, we keep sitting here, but I'm probably not gonna.
Wondering when you go into the
come up with
bargaining
a solution
agreement
right now.
Are we good
This
then?
is gonna cause another issue.
You guys have
You guys have
anything you
something
wanna
hiring?
throw in here before we just recess?
I got nothing.
Well,
Tom, I need like a couple million. here.
Anything for you, sir?
Hell, if I had a couple million to give, I'd give it.
Ralph,
Yes.
Tell him you already have, so thank
do
you.
you want to talk about policies?
Well, that was before, I thought, before it was gonna go this long,
Okay.
so no,
okay.
just a
I'm
reminder.
all prepared for that.
I
I
know.
I'm sorry.
Did you print me one? Sure, you say.
Yes.
You're the best.
I did print you one, yes.
Alright.
Is that the 600?
And sorry for the
The first 7.
dropping just random questions. We're trying to near the end of this budget.
Is there anything we haven't discussed that you'd like to see addressed before this afternoon's meeting? As far as a report, a number?
My biggest questions are, have you worked with all the departments to make sure your numbers match theirs?
In your totality of the budget, right, you've got your
You
budget
feel like
sheets.
you've gotten everything to you.
My numbers matched what they gave me at the most recent reduction.
Okay.
I mean, other than that review of it, they haven't done another look through, but my numbers are what they gave me at their reduction.
Okay, well, the reason I'm asking you is because people say, why do my numbers not match accounting's numbers? We hear that weekly. So that's why I'm asking, just to make sure that's a big thing.
We
that
can
we wanna
have them go
know.
through and do another review,
I don't know if we need another review.
because they have access to it. They have access to the same file I do. So if we wanted to double check that.
Do you remember how many budgets, or how many departments sent you budgets that were reduced? What the total number was off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head, but I think we got all of them except for
Prosecutors.
prosecutors, and WSU's ended up being more. So I don't know what happened with that one. WSU's, his number was
That-
more.
Had to be pretty small though.
Yeah.
Did we ever, the museum, did we ever, because they had kind of a large request, did we ever adjust that request, the budget?
We
Pretty
reduced it 2% for the museum, same as everybody else.
But they had a pretty big jump, I believe, from 25 to 26. For operating transfers. Did they not?
I don't remember. Let me pull it up.
Their labor should be less than 25.
So-
Current expense.
The total requested for 2026 is more than what 2025 was.
What was the 2025 request?
It was $140,165. And that didn't have the $10,000 from LTAC, and this year does, so that is one increase. And this year's $169,740, which does include $10,000 from LTAC.
I thought they had a big increase, a $30,000 increase. Well, 29,000.
The original proposed increase was 19,000 more.
Was that all insurance?
No, that's excluding insurance. Their insurance went down in 2025 and stayed down.
Okay.
Same. We thought it was going to have an uptick with the new, but it actually went back down to what amount it was.
And then they did do a 2% decrease for us?
We did do it too. We didn't ask them. We just did it, and we made it 166. So their total budget, including insurance, is $181,940.
Six. Thank you. Non-current expense.
Guess I'll just ask the board, do we want to leave that? That was a big jump.
I think that for a museum, for me, that would be we need to have a discussion about expectations of museum hours. You know, like last 24, was it? They had like 5 staff full-time and they brought in like $5,000 in sales. I think we need to have
We've been kind of
Is that
babysitting them.
Is that a place we can employ Placer AI and find out what kind of attendance they actually get?
we know their attendance is very low. I think that,
But they're fully staffed.
yeah, they have like 3 staff full-time and they don't need it. They need like 2, or they need to staff based on tour schedule, not staff, but that's a board.
Well, and I think the budget
Decision.
would implement, I mean, whatever we implement, their budget is how it will dictate.
Well,
Thank you.
maybe last time he just came in and was like, well, we're 2 months short.
Mandy hasn't worked with them to.
And then on,
Wait, can we use tourism? Can we use that for like our 133 account? We could use 133 for tourism because that would take out SIP.
Yes.
Well, that would take it right out of current expense and that would save us $166,000. We can pay wages as long as it's increasing economic, but we can reimburse wages.
Yes.
Or capital.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there you go.
would you argue that one though, that it doesn't create tourism? Because it doesn't. We're talking about cutting the budget, but now we're talking about moving it to 133. But we're talking about cutting it because they have no attendance.
Well, I feel like we could probably reduce their budget, but I also think we can get it out of current expense and put it in another fund that is outside of current expense that would help.
Reduce the burden on current expense.
Yes, because we have like 5 million, 4 million in that account.
We should do a better job of getting volunteers.
But I think we could to reduce our budget down to 140, we could go like 150, 155. I feel a lot of that is management and holding their feet to the fire. Everybody else has to live within a budget, and to grow, that's a big increase. But I'm one voice. We want to keep it at 166. I see a head shaking with Rob. What is the number amount?
I don't know the number. I mean, to me, I think it's like a big discussion of if it even exists anymore for myself. But that's not a today conversation.
But is there an opportunity to, if we leave it at the 166, can we take it out of current expense and put it in the 133 account? And then we can have a later discussion on that.
And if it brings people in, it's a, tourists stop by there. I don't know why you couldn't use it for that.
Okay, Mandy, you think we can put it in that account?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can do that.
Okay, do you want a motion or do you want direction from 3 board members?
It doesn't either. Do you want me to do an operating transfer from 133 or do you want me to move the expenses directly to 133?
Whatever works best, but I would like to take it. I'm a yes in using the 133 account. Kevin?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I think the kids go there, but you also have people that come in town that go there.
Rob, are you okay using the 133 account?
I'm mixed. I just struggle with it because I look at 133 as it would be cool to use that as planning for good things. But I don't know. I hate to not be a museum supporter, but when you're looking at the attendance, it's really hard to be.
Well, we could reduce that. But I think I'm just trying to get the 166 out of current expense right now.
I know.
Oh. Is that a no then?
I'd go with it, but I'm not a yes.
Okay, so Kevin, you'll go with it, but you're not a yes.
Kevin's a yes.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so you've got 2 yeses, and then we will have further discussion on the budget for the museum. Okay, and I've got to be creative in thinking other little stockpiles of money I can find.
I'm gonna go talk to Daryl.
And then on consent agenda, we have the tourism contract for, I don't remember what it's called. Is it not on here? I don't see it on here. Barb, is tourism contract not in consent agenda today?
Items 13 and 14, it says held from 12/9/25, both of those.
Thank you.
Thinking that.
So the 1314 is basically giving full marketing determination, contract signing, everything to their contracted person.
I thought it was just for the one. Okay, I missed that one. It's for the whole year?
Yeah.
I thought it was for that one.
So one is the contract with the county with Cooley Creative. The other one is tourism giving authority to the contracted, basically. So if we're going to approve both or not, I think we need a 30-day to cancel a contract.
Okay, so are you talking about number 13?
13 and 14.
Okay. Okay, I thought it was just, 14, they can only sign for the digital marketing services with Westwind. And these are, I'm assuming, are reviewed by the tourism committee? Or do they not go, are they skipping the tourism committee when they?
No, this went to them. This is one where
Do they have some heartburn over it?
that's what I'd heard, but I don't know. They sent it to legal.
At their last meeting, only one person voted no, and the rest of the board members voted to move it forward with approval to the commissioners. Legal did approve it as well.
Thank you. So just something to think about for the next one. We do have the tourism study going on, which should be getting completed up in the next couple months. So I wasn't
And is
sure.
that working with tourism on that, or is that?
Working with everyone.
Totally different, because they
LTAC,
did,
tourism, the board.
okay. Because tourism sounded surprised when they received a postcard in the mail, one of the board members, about a study going on that they were not aware of.
No,
Okay. so
not this
tourism-
one. If they aren't aware of this going on, they need to wake up.
Maybe it was a survey.
I think it was a different, maybe it was a survey.
Okay.
which obviously they wouldn't control a survey. We are aware of it as far as I am, Caitlin is. The surveys are all done, so I'm not sure.
It's been going on for a while.
Yeah, it started like June.
I think it's supposed
It's
to-
been out there.
I haven't really been following it.
Might not be ours. Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, we'll recess until 1 p.m. when we are back with county administrator review discussion, performance review. Good afternoon, it is 1 p.m. and we are here for county administrator performance review. Is this an executive session or is this, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How long would you like?
Well, I'm gonna leave that up to the board.
20 minutes to begin? We'll go into executive session for evaluation, RCW 42.30.1101G.
Rob, you need to call Hal when it's going to end.
1:20.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barb. It is 1:20. We are out of executive session. Were any official decisions made?
We don't make decisions in executive.
You'll make decisions.
Well, there's no why would I announce there are no decisions made if there are no decisions made?
Just in case.
Oh, I thought
people
you
are-
said there was.
Just in
No, I
case.
said
thought you
were
said-
there? I mean, I
Oh.
don't think so, but
Nope.
Yeah.
why do I
okay,
announce
thought
it
you
if
were
there are
asking
none?
questions.
Just to
Just
let
because
the
people-
public know that
Positive
you didn't make
Barb,
any
let's look at that one together. Shouldn't announce no decisions made if you're not allowed to make decisions.
Okay, I thought you were asking the question like.
No, I was just kind of confused with what I'm told to say. Sorry,
That's all right, Rob, I'm confused.
dude.
We're all confused.
You're
Is
gonna
Tom-
be
is
confused
Tom
for
out there?
2-3 years. You're fine.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was doing some reading on the RCWs for executive session.
They don't match ours.
Ours do not match, so.
No, Barb, we need to look at that for 2026.
I would love to. We got those from MRSC, and I honestly, it'd probably be 10 years ago. So we can make it however it needs to be changed.
So like my meetings, anytime I'm talking about negotiating contracts with the union and I'm talking to the board, they would be a closed session per the law rather than executive session.
Which we would announce a closed session.
Cindy was out here, wasn't she?
Yeah. I don't know where I, oh yeah, her thing. I thought it was tomorrow.
No, today's probation.
So since no decisions were made in executive, does the board need to make,
Are we saying that, they're doing an announcement now? Make the decision announcement?
have any discussion outside of executive session, or are we free to move forward?
I think we're good to move forward.
Okay.
We're free to do whatever we want, aren't we?
You're elected, so yeah.
Well, we're not the right electeds to do whatever we want.
The three of you hold each other accountable. So.
We try to.
No, I think we do.
He's a little more of a challenge, though.
Yeah.
I just say what you think.
Oh, okay.
Just say what you think.
Not
Oh, goodness. Okay.
What else do we have?
That is it, for my portion. Did you want me to stay for your discussion with Tom?
Oh, is there more? This is not a normal
This is not a normal review.
Okay.
So we're not doing the full.
Oh, we're not?
We read yours.
Okay.
Um,
Am I gonna get feedback on that?
Yeah, I guess we can go executive for that.
Yes.
We'll go into executive session. Let me submit this form. Barb, let me know if I was wrong and how I did it.
Will do.
Barb's the best.
She will tell you.
She just likes you.
I know, I like Barb. Sometimes I'm like, should I say that in a recording? Like, people are gonna be like, wow, he's really hard on her. When really she knows it's a joke, but yeah.
Know your audience, right?
I know. I do know my audience. I don't know the listener. Okay, we'll go into executive session beginning at 1:24 p.m. We will come out at 1:45 p.m. for evaluation RCW 42.30.1101G. It is 1:45. We're out of executive session.
Would you like that motion?
Yes, sir, please.
I'd like to make a motion to make Tom Gaines the county administrator beginning January 1st, 2026.
I will second. There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Direction has been given. Do we have any other items?
I do not have any other items.
All right. Anything for you?
No, I appreciate the confidence and the trust, and I look forward to working hard for you.
Thank you. Anything for you, Kevin?
We appreciate that.
All right. We will recess until 2 p.m. and we are back for budget review.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. and we are here for a budget review meeting.
Yeah, if you could do the segregation.
In regards to hopefully finding new revenues, I've got an email with Matt and email with Melissa trying to get a report. Response from Melissa, and as you know, she's here today. And with Matt, I'm asking the questions regarding increment value on the tip.
So I spoke with Missy this morning and she said the tip is not going to have any effect. Her words on the 2026 budget. It's not done and it's not going to be done. And
Not gonna be done by when?
She didn't tell me when.
We're still waiting for 25.
Okay. Her comment, I asked her specifically, I said, so you've given Daryl everything you can give him. There's nothing more you can give him. And she said that is correct.
And that is so false. Because why would I continue to send her emails saying, when are you gonna give me the correct data? And she's never responded. Because the last, I've probably sent 6, 7 emails to her. Because if she had it done, then she could easily show how wrong I am and send it to me.
Oh, would it be a good idea to have him?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Just so that.
And why would the Port District also believe they don't have the data as well? But they have also been requested.
When you send her email, you should copy Tom in them, just so that he's aware of what's going on.
I've asked her to join us. We have to know, the legislative body, county commissioners have to get to a number that they're comfortable with and know that the budget has been completed so that they can adopt it. And it seems to be the one holdout we have is numbers for missing. So I'm not understanding what's missing. And it sounds to me like there's some kind of something missing from the assessor's office.
Well, I think that's it's a mess. So, I know Daryl's been working on it, trying to figure it out, but if you can't get numbers from her, then he can't really figure it out.
And I don't know, is the TIF, when,
That was done in 2024.
The message I left for Matt was asking for, do we know the increment value for both tax codes and the new construction for both tax codes? Because one's out in the county and one's in the city.
and how would that affect the 2026 budget?
Well, first thing is, when we know what the new construction is, then your county road would know how much they're gonna lose. Right now, they haven't been told, and so they don't know. They don't know how much they're gonna lose this year. That hasn't happened yet. And that information is important for them to know how much property tax money they're not gonna get for next year.
So for their revenue projections.
Yes. And then the same effect on current expense.
So, but we haven't heard anybody, and I'm just devil's advocate here. We haven't heard anybody at Public Works say, Missy's killing us. We don't have this.
I don't think they're aware
I don't- yeah,
that
I
they're
don't
even
see it.
aware that they're gonna be having money taken out of their account.
I don't think they understand.
Because
Okay.
that communication
Becomes the
is
problem.
something that comes from the assessor to the districts. And that communication has not happened.
So Daryl, on the Simplot building, are we getting any taxes from that new construction of that Simplot building?
I have not taken a look at the valuation of that property for next year. We didn't get hardly anything this year. And a lot of it will be new construction. So we won't get it for next year, but we'll also take a big hit out of our revenues that are transferred because of that new construction.
Number I was given was $1 billion.
If it was $1 billion, then our new construction number would have been just estimated at 100 million.
So when should the TIF have been completed? When should those numbers have been reported to Public Works? At what point is it reasonable to expect that that work would have been completed?
For all taxing districts to be able to do a proper budget, it should have gone out at the same time as their valuation notices. The new construction value and the total value. But unfortunately, the total value hasn't been provided in the last 2 years. So they're just guessing right now on total value.
So total value wasn't provided last year?
We were told to just use the 24 values and not the 25.
The assessor was told that, or?
No, the assessor told the districts that. They were not happy. Especially schools that are trying to determine 1M levies.
So we can't adopt a budget until the TIF is done.
We can make guesses of impacts, but these are already information that other counties have already got. We just seem to be way behind.
How do we figure out how to adopt a budget without those numbers? Because obviously, I don't think we're gonna get them this week.
Well, that's why, can we get the valuation of the incremental value? And then I asked them, is there reports? Now, this is why I asked PAX for a report months ago on the adjustments per tax code. They don't have that. So then how would you be able, if you don't have that, how do you find out your values per tax code? I didn't ask Matt, can you, is that something, there's a menu item for that? Or how do you get that from PAX out of the software? Unless you just
I'm just asking out loud because I'm trying to put two and two together here. So, Missy's been here how long? How many years has she been the assessor?
I believe this is our 11th year.
11th year. So somehow we've adopted budget for 10 years without this. I'm trying to figure out how to get to an adopted budget, or a budget that the commissioners can adopt.
Well, last year, after we approved the current expense levy, we found out days after that we had actually $1 billion more back. That is not good timing. I don't know, since we don't have a total value. And you see, if the revale notices got out, you should be able to easily do a report that's based on those valuations.
What's the range of impact, minimum, high?
100 million times 1%. Over 1%, the loss. I don't know if that's probably per thousand, $100,000 or more. But then if we are able to recover part of it, we can recover from year to year, that helps reduce the amount. Right now, she's telling you that it's not recoverable, but the forms say.
Do you know of any county that has recovered anything today?
Sounds like Franklin County did.
So out of 39 counties, only one.
Well, there's not many counties that have chips.
That's the problem.
Our county looks like they'll be recovering this next year. So. I've been working with them, they're the experts. Trying to understand the form change and what does it mean. Based on the law in 2023.
So I'm not sure how to move forward.
Why wouldn't we be conservative and just not, if it impacts only revenues, Daryl? So the conservative approach would be to set a budget without any expectation of any money from that? And then if it is,
Oh, no, this is the money where it takes away money from us. This is about new revenues. This is about trying to figure out what revenues we're going to lose for next year. Because we haven't been told how much of the revenues we're going to lose this year. Because and I'm supposed to do a transfer by the end of the month. And I can't even find out from her what those numbers are.
what's the delay in 2025's numbers? But she hasn't given a reason, like, oh, I'm waiting on X, Y, Z.
No, I've never received a reply to my email. She did the worksheet once, and then after a phone conference, she found that her numbers were wrong. She's going to update it, and I've never seen the update.
The max would be 1% of 100 million?
That's for next year.
What would be the max for 2025?
I don't know, could be on 4 or 5.
We're gonna start to join us. I don't know if she'll. Send her a Teams and an email.
How does this work?
So you need the total valuation. Of all new construction.
They gave 100 million as a rough estimate.
Didn't she certify what the new construction was? That's not an estimate. She certified the number.
She came in after 5 minutes. When we left, she went to the room and came back and said, this is what I think it's around. So we don't know for sure what that number is.
She notarized a document certifying what the amount was.
Not specific to TIF.
Okay, so
Just new construction.
Just new construction.
you want the total valuation.
The incremental value and the new construction amount. And the districts need them broken out. The county road.
Can you just send that bullet point to me in an email so I can stay on top of it and say, you know, we have to have this so we're not guessing at budget?
Yeah. As part of my emails as well is asking who, if she had communicated with the taxing districts on the amounts they're gonna, that they're gonna lose.
Just
And the taxing districts have said no.
Just out of curiosity, and I, excuse my ignorance because I haven't had to care, but is that her responsibility or the ports to notify those taxing
Well, it should be
districts?
the ports, but they don't know the numbers either. They've also been asking what those numbers are.
We only got one more week, we can continue this meeting, right?
Much.
So if we don't have 2 weeks, yeah. So we don't have those numbers from Missy, then we're gonna have to guess at a budget.
Yeah, because say it was 100 million. What if our incremental value is 150 million? Then per the new form, we may be to diminish the impact of the 50 million from the 100 million and have a negative impact of just in that.
So thinking about the process of this, let's say that she gives you those incremental values, we find out that there's some number that changes the revenues of the departments, then we need them to redo their budget inputs to Mandy, so we know the impact on the budget, or no?
Well, for the county, it only impacts county road and current expense fund and mental health and veterans. For the other districts, they've already made decisions based on not getting anything. But I don't think they understand the gravity of what the impact is for next year, since that hasn't been communicated to them at all. They have been not communicated regarding the new construction number for next year. So they don't know how big and what they're using next year.
This is gonna sound crass. I'm not worried about what they're losing. I'm worried about our budget impact here at the county, so we can adopt the budget. So recognizing that that's an issue and it has to be addressed. Budget we need to pass here.
I just don't know what projects are her priorities. When this one, when we still haven't got 25 done. Especially when talking to PACS, it was a very easy process to input the parcel numbers into the system that did not require her to be the one doing it. Unfortunately, the software is not on our side where we could have had this done a long time ago. Actually, it sounds like a very easy process.
The software was never gonna be on your side.
I don't know, because they had expectations of people using the software to their advantage.
Well, when we went through that RFP process, you were pretty specific in saying that PACS didn't meet your needs. And you couldn't have PACS, so it was never gonna be on your side. So, and I don't see the treasurer's office putting in personal numbers. Plus, you have,
No, this is actually a separate module where you put in all the parcel numbers that are within the TIP. And then it does all the calculations, you also enter in a levy rate. That's all you have to do. Or PACS. It sounds like Chelan County has already started doing it. But she was gonna have them be the guinea pig.
oh, my next step is to go next door, knock on her door.
I was gonna ask you, to do that.
Yeah, I mean, at least then we can find out why we're guessing at budget, right?
I think so. I'm gonna resend it to them so they can just sign off on it. Just, no, that's super wrong. I'm missing something though. What am I missing?
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out how, kind of driving the process here a little bit, trying to figure out how we can get to a budget number that everybody agrees on and is comfortable adopting. Daryl seems to think that without the TIF and the incremental the total valuation of the incremental valuations, I may have just spoken Greek.
I understand.
Okay, we can't properly adopt a budget. You help me out in this thinking.
I mean, if you want like down to the penny, I guess that's true, but it's not like you can't get close.
I mean, we're not talking millions of dollars here.
I mean, that's what I'm curious about, because the question I posed to Daryl was, you've been the assessor here for like 13 years and we haven't had, we've adopted a budget for this many years. So I'm trying to figure out what's missing or what we can do to adopt a budget in the next 2 weeks. I'm not sure how to get
I mean,
there.
every time I go to create it, I'm got meetings I didn't plan on and we're short-staffed and I'm 4 people today.
I'm not throwing darts
So-
at you.
No, I mean, it is what it is, but, it shouldn't be holding back the budget process.
So you said you had provided me the numbers for 25. And I've been sending a lot of emails to you saying I've been asking for it. And the board's been communicating, asking for the numbers. If you have the numbers.
For what numbers?
For 25. For the incremental value for 25, for me to know how much to charge the districts at the end of this month. The TIF started this year.
Right.
And I don't have the numbers. We had the meeting over the Zoom or whatever it was, and you said you were gonna go work on correcting the numbers clear back the end of March.
Right.
And I haven't seen anything since.
Yeah, we did that.
You did, and I never got it. And that's why all my emails have been sending to you asking for it.
I will send that to you, but yeah, Matt, when you had one, Matt had one. Do you remember that?
Yes, but we hadn't had one from you. To tell us what the breakdown per district of how much they've been charged. That's what the most important was asking for as well. So that someone needs to communicate to these districts that they're losing money this year.
Okay.
Then the form was changed to have a new section C on the levy limitation worksheet that put in a value of the incremental value that does not include the new construction for this next year. So
Well, it was last year also.
right.
Right.
And so then the value puts on that actually raises the regular property tax levy rate. So it's a new tax by the legislation in 2023. And they made a change, the Department of Revenue made a change to the levy limitation worksheet in 2024.
Right.
Which then it was mandatory to fill out that section with the value.
Mhm.
And so we don't know how much revenue we are actually getting from that calculation.
So for the first year.
For this year.
So, okay, so you want a copy of all of the districts
No.
that are in the TIF?
Well, first thing is how is the district going to know how much they're being charged for this year? And how are they going to know how much they're being charged for next year to make sure they're not spending money they don't have? Now, with the discussion regarding an add-on, it seems the new section C is adding an amount that's never been there before.
I'm unaware of any add-ons. Chelan County's not aware of add-ons, and that was a conversation that their port had that they were stating that was incorrect. And we had a meeting about this
Right.
about a month ago.
Right, and that's why I talked in long talks with Clark County Assessor's Office and going over this new levy limitation worksheet, new section C. We have determined and just that this is now a brand new levy on top of what was done in the past.
Based on
the valuation, the incremental valuation that is not the total, you have a total incremental value. And you have a new construction element of that incremental.
Correct.
Value, and you have the difference.
Correct.
And the difference is in the calculation, where you take that value times the levy rate to come up with a new dollar amount that's added to the regular property tax limit.
That is not what Department of Revenue says.
then what is the reason for section, new sections on the levy limitation worksheet?
I can go ask Diane, but that is not what was taught to us in classes. Not last year and not this year. And we had a very extensive class on LTIFs this year.
So all of that being said,
I was needing the valuation of the TIFs per the two different tax codes, because county roads impacted by the amount that's in their tax code.
2025 was very minimal.
And now,
2026 isn't gonna be much more because a lot of there was new construction. But there was also a lot of devaluation of industries out there because some of them are stagnated, some stopped building. The only thing that would, for new construction was, when you guys got that number, that included that number was Simplot.
so you said $100 million is what you told to us. And that was a quick estimate. So I don't know, since you sent out the revalue notices, does PAX provide you opportunity to do a valuation new construction per tax?
Yeah, I did that. That's what I gave you.
So what was the amount for each tax code? You gave us a total, you didn't get it per tax code.
We did. We added it. I can go pull it for you.
Did we receive two different numbers?
oh,
All you said was 100 million.
No, I had for within the LTIF within the LTIF, it was broken up into two.
Okay, you're not aware.
Because in fact, Cindy had added it on her notes. I'm pretty sure Tom even had notes because we were doing a bunch of adding up there. One was like 39 something, and I don't remember what the other one was.
she had notes on like the bank capacity and that kind of stuff, but there was I remember that day. A lot of numbers flying around. The only notes she's got up here is the bank capacity, and I remember that was the day we brought up that new construction certification that you'd had, but outside.
Yeah, it was right after that because that's when I could pull it because I did the new construction.
I don't remember something after that. I don't remember.
Okay, well, anyway, you see, have the numbers. You would like to see them.
Get them.
And before you go and get them, so how does that work in our calculus here?
Well, first thing is, hopefully we also have the new incremental value estimate to determine what the difference between the new construction number and the incremental value is. Because if she's saying the value has gone down.
For next year, I don't. For 2025, I can give you the worksheet that you requested that has the new construction and increment without it.
Right, but we're also looking at the impact for next year, this 26.
I haven't had a chance to do it yet, Daryl. I've been short-staffed. I've got people sick. We've been giving it around the whole office. I'm trying to get my field module up. Had training today. Been in that. I've been in tons of meetings. I have tons more meetings to do all before Christmas, and I've got to get that done and start levies.
Right, yeah, okay, so.
And look over some resumes to try to get fully staffed.
All I know is it was important to the taxing districts for them to know what this number.
And taxing districts aside, I'm more worried about the revenue impact on our internal departments here, or departments, public works, the road district, So, again, trying to get.
Right, but if you're able to do a report on the 25 to 26 value within the tax code, then are you also about ability to do a report for new construction in a tax code?
Yeah.
Then those numbers would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks. That'll help us refine our 2026 projections.
And so I do not recollect being given any of this information.
I don't remember a number after the new construction certification. I don't remember something after. Do you remember anything after that?
I've checked my email, but I'm not seeing it.
I know I did. How's everybody else doing? There's cookies on the table.
Me too. I'm so bite-sized, you can eat lots.
Looks like we probably need to do a public records request for copies of 2 pages.
Again, the focus being getting to a semi-accurate budget that we can adopt.
I saw a really good movie on Prime, Amazon, called Oh, What Fun, with Michelle Pfeiffer.
Did it have to do with adopting?
And it's really about a mother who gets ignored and unappreciated for all the work she does on Christmas, and how everyone else in the house is just sitting around doing whatever they feel like without helping at all.
I live that.
I was gonna say, you beat me to it. I was gonna go see that. Oh yeah, last year, and then you remember that.
And
And
of
then you remember
course,
that.
she buys these special tickets to watch this special show, and like Home Alone, they forget to take her. And so that was the straw, and she decided just to go drive as far away as possible. Of course, I finished the first of 4 episodes of Stranger Things too. So now I'm caught up.
Don't say anything because I'm not caught up.
Maybe my emails are accidentally going to spam.
I was still looking at that when I was doing the job master codes.
Okay, good. So you remember. And it's all lowercase. Thank you.
We have 20 minutes left, I'm not sure. So it sounds to me like we can't move forward unless we have something from Melissa. Right?
I don't know if she's aware of the change in her form.
Regardless of that,
Oh, I know.
trying to move forward with this process.
Well, the thing is, say the scenario, it's 100 million. Let's say it's 150 million. And 100 million is we're gonna have a payout, but we get to recover 50. So then our payout isn't that 50 million. So those are the things, is how that affects our revenue for property tax, my property tax estimate. Pretty much guess without this factored at all.
So the recovery portion though, isn't that kind of like a new tax?
Yes, it is.
And nothing has been really.
I don't think legislators were aware that they voted for a new tax.
Well, they voted for 1 billion new taxes.
Well, no, this is in 23.
Okay,
This is 23.
500 million new taxes.
Yep. And so, and right now, the implications are counties are finally figuring it out for this year, for next year.
Right now, the state legislature is buried in the fact that their tax increase is hitting hospital districts and schools, and they're trying to figure out how to deal with that.
Yep.
Because they didn't anticipate that. So I'd be willing to bet that this is pretty low on their radar.
Daryl, you're a genius. You should be able to give a likelihood of the situation to a scenario that allows us to adopt a budget.
Not until I know a total value. It could be big, it could be small.
What's our historical total value?
We've never been given that data over time. Because we're also talking about something where a lot of effort is being needed at the port to make improvements specifically inside this tip and not really outside, so they can generate as much money as possible, taken away from the rest of us.
And again, so you said something that's key there. The only thing that I heard in all of that was, we've never been given this before.
We never dealt with needing to know a valuation within a certain tax code. And now it matters. Now it matters.
I'm sorry.
And this affects the decision every year.
Well, if you think about it, how many houses were built last year in Grant County?
I have no idea. I can't even
123
guess.
million weren't, that was, well, not houses, that was just the total.
Are you sure it wasn't the amount of houses?
How many? 1,000, 2,000?
I couldn't give you that
I
number.
know,
That's the
based on
thing.
all the plats and
If you
all
figure an
the,
average of 300,000 apiece, you know.
because in the Herald, they talk about all these new building permits. What was strange in this last week is they said $69 million in value for the week I was looking at. But then their numbers didn't even come close to 69 million. So I was looking, is there some industry that is in there that they just forgot to put in? Because all the houses and the other things didn't come close to 69 million. Unless they put an extra digit, it was 6 million.
Was that just residential?
No, they put down industries and commercial and everything in that number for new permits.
To approximate the number of houses built in 2024, I need to download each weekly 2024 building permit PDF from Building and Planning and count only new residential dwelling unit permits, single-family, duplex, multifamily, manufactured homes, and sum them up for the year.
Is that a report on their website?
No, it's not. No, this is what you would have to do. You'd have to download 52 weekly permit reports, and then go through each one of those and figure out each one was, count only the new residential dwelling unit permits.
And you don't even get the values for mobile homes. So
That's
all
just to
the-
get to the number of how many were built. So currently, we don't track that. We don't do that.
But it seemed like the building department would want to be communicating that volume to you to show regarding staffing needs or staffing needing what would their average processing use new permits.
Well, they can do that through just the permit count alone, which they've done in the past. And some of that depends on what it is. If it's somebody building a single home all by themselves, or a developer dropping a short plat with 200 homes, or if it's a new solar farm, or if it's a new manufacturing warehouse, rocket engine builder, battery builder.
Keep in mind, I have a 3 o'clock with Jim Nelson.
Daryl, Jim Nelson is here, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Should invite him down.
Is he here, or?
Yep, he just stopped by my office to say hello. He wasn't sure if he should come down there right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Definitely would see the guts of the process.
Is that weekly permit report available on our website anywhere?
Yep. January is 1,726,052.
Yeah, but does it have it broken down into residential dwelling units? You
Where's-
have to go through and figure out which one was a residential.
Plus, permits happen, but it's not 100% that they get followed up on or start quickly because.
Well, some of these are even.
But it'd be close, Daryl.
Things like that.
But also, that unfortunately mobile homes, there's no value ever given for a mobile home. It's based on a different criteria. So we lose out on that value on all the mobile homes that came in.
Even if they're built on land?
Yep. I know that, in Chelan County, in the Wenatchee World, that paper is printing off residential sales, the top 10 for each week. Just to let people be slightly more educated on what sales are happening right now, to let them know that these things are happening.
I think I've seen them in the Herald do that. I think it's in the back. Is it?
Not on sales.
Yeah, sales.
I've never
Have you seen that, Kevin?
In the back of the newspaper?
Well, in the paper where it lists the sales. Yeah, it's in there.
Good.
Hello.
See you all. Jim, I don't know if you met our new chief accountant.
Oh, hi, Jim Nelson.
Mandy.
Hi, Mandy.
So we're just working on budget and trying to get some additional numbers
Okay.
that we're waiting for.
Finishing up.
Unfortunately, Carrie's not here this afternoon, according to be heard. I think we've already met her in the past, so.
Okay.
What brings you here today?
Just to say hi to Daryl, we're talking about maybe a potential refinancing opportunity.
Looking at the right level of interest rates.
Yeah, if rates come down. Pardon?
On which bonds?
That would be the,
Yeah, probably on the back.
yeah,
But I'm not sure.
the 2014 and 2016 bonds. So the kind of the industry benchmark is to achieve a net present value savings percent of 4% or greater. And you're at roughly 3 to 3.7. So we ran a calculation. If rates were to drop another 0.5%, then you'd be in the money, so to speak.
That
But
percent on what year?
yeah, it's the bond market. And then then people look at the Federal Reserve, and Federal Reserve just did another interest rate cut of 0.25%. But the bond market stayed flat. It had already built that in, so.
Wonder if this will help us with our.
Unfortunately, all these are refinancing of any of these, you don't
She's
use
coming
current
back.
expense to pay it. So you
What's
don't,
that?
current expense fund doesn't get a
She said she
benefit.
was.
She said she was, yeah. We're just kind of waiting for her, so, yeah. I would send her a note, but she hasn't answered any notes thus far. So. Did you drive over from the west side?
Yeah, I came over last night.
How was that?
It was actually really easy. Yeah, I was worried about, had they cleared out the mud, basically the mudslide blockage and everything.
Yeah.
But no, it was really good. So then I met with Quincy Park District, then,
You did?
yeah, and then,
I don't know, as the treasurer of that district, they kept me out of that.
oh, well, it's Pat Haley and Carrie
I know.
and,
And I keep telling them that everything has to flow through me.
oh, yeah, no, it was just informational.
Well,
Then-
the problem is that, when you brought up that their capacity was way more than their wishes on their,
Yeah.
You're probably just assuming that she's gonna
Solid
bring those
item.
reports, get them.
Yeah.
Where they had to make some huge changes. And now they
Yeah,
decide
I might
what they
follow
want
up
to
at
do.
the end of the day. to see what
And then
she
they're on
did,
cash
or
basis,
if
so then I
she's-
said, well,
that's
you gotta think
okay.
about a 10-year financial
So we're
forecast
good?
of revenues and expenses.
so.
And.
All right, we're going to recess until 3
Hurry
p.m.
up
and
and
we're
get
back
this.
with prosecuting
State
attorney's
auditor's
office
to
budget
issue an
update.
audit.
Step out.
Good afternoon, it is 3 p.m. and we are here for prosecuting attorney's office budget review.
Thank you. I guess I'll just start by saying I have struggled trying to wrap my head around all of this. So I went back to the 2022 budget and then kind of read through all of that, 2023, 2024, 2025 to figure out what's what. I found just a lot of discrepancies between all of them. And I was just trying to figure out how to move forward for 2026. So I had a few questions, mostly about making sure for our salaries, for example. And I don't know how many people have access to this, but I have currently open 2 deputy prosecuting attorney positions available. I kind of feel at the moment my hands are a little bit tied with the candidates that I can give to that, since they're labeled in there or in the 2025 budget for a DPA 1. And I didn't ever really understand the logic between that, because I thought if I could have the position to just hire at the highest level of what I can about, and not necessarily saying this is where you're going to start off at, but at least not tying my hands to try to get a more experienced attorney in the office. So I don't know what the logic was behind that, because if I do find somebody, say, from another office that has 20 years of experience and I offer them the highest end of DPA 1, they're going to balk at me and say, are you kidding? And so for the 2 open positions that I have right now, I have conditionally offered both positions to be filled in August. But as the board knows, I had 2 people that were supposed to start after I was appointed, and both of them dropped out almost last minute like. So I'm just trying to cover anything that I can in that regard. So for the 2026 budget, I put them in there as they are currently available at least by the 2025 budget, but for 2026, I'd like to keep the same amount. Just increase the budget, the salary possibilities, so that if I do find that unicorn, or if one of them chooses to back out last minute, then just have the availability for a possible higher person other than just someone who's leaving law school just barely. I think that a lot, and I think Carly would agree, a lot of the stuff that we're running into in our office is not necessarily a competence thing, but just the lack of reps. And so they need to go in and do it and get it done in order to get that experience. And if we were to be able to bring in someone with more experience, it's just add one more level of people that can help with that, other than just Carly and myself, because I assure you, we are constantly running around a lot. We have cases that we're passionate about ourselves, and if we get 2 or 3 hours to look at those cases a week, it's a pretty good week with all of the things that we're trying to do. So, and the same goes for the legal assistance that we have available. If somebody quits or something, to just have the ability to offer a more experienced legal assistant. Kind of instead of time instead of a legal assistant one, to have the ability to find someone with much more experience or recruit somebody from another area. In our last round of trying to get people to apply for the position that the PMRT board decided to say okay to, I had a few of them saying, well, how much money can you offer? And just given what the person that left and what I had available, it was like, oh, I make way more than that now, so why would I come? And it's really unfortunate because some of the people I talked to were very, very well qualified and would have fit in great with the office, but because they don't have the money there, it's kind of difficult. So that's kind of my logic behind those changes. A couple of questions that then that was just more just for benefit, so you could kind of see what I was thinking and why.
Hey, can I interject
You
quickly?
can.
In a situation like that, great candidate wants more money, would you go to HR and talk to them about that? Because then they would come to us and if they supported that and you had it, you would present it to us. We could adjust positions on that.
This is just things that I just didn't know.
Because we want the unicorn,
Yeah,
right?
obviously we want a
the
team of
county-
unicorns.
Yeah.
We did look at, because you gave me a name, and we looked at what their current wage was, and we looked at what the next, because we give a standard 2.5. We looked at what that would be, but it didn't go anywhere. There wasn't a request. That person was also in a union position, which naturally they're going to get paid more. It's just the nature of union positions.
But no, I did actually, yeah, I guess that could have been a way of conversation. I don't know what I don't know. So.
Yeah, I would say in your update times or any time, just ask questions. We're definitely trying to help, not hold you back.
Right.
We'll only hold you back if we have to,
Sure.
essentially.
From a strategic standpoint, every, it seems, department in the county is built according to the needs of whoever the department head is or the elected official, whatever that makeup is. Kevin's thought process on what a prosecuting attorney's office should look like is going to be way different than yours or
Did you know what that was?
Well,
More
no.
people.
Maybe offline.
Right.
But my point being is some of it is you need to think on, what you want that department to look like and what that best structure is. And then, as Commissioner Jones said in your updates, discuss those things and work with HR to build that department. It's going to take some time.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Instead of trying to figure out what Kevin did, because that's.
So, okay, right. So then I just have a few questions, I guess, from there on the, I'll call it the expenses sheet, because some of them kind of seem almost duplicative of each other, and I don't know how to get around. So, like, what are office and operating supplies? Like, how would I know, like, how to designate an amount of money to that section?
3,100 budget line. So typically it's office supplies, and Mandy, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But think office and operating supplies is all of your office supplies and all of the things for your office to operate on a daily basis, whether that is everything from staplers to post-it notes to your reams of paper, maybe, I don't know if copier costs would come out of that. All of those things to run your office on a daily basis is your office and the operating supplies of that office, the administrative daily tasks.
So, okay, I guess what?
Historically, it's been under $10,000 every year. So 20,000 is a little high for that particular item, but.
Okay.
So you wouldn't put travel in 3,100.
Sure, right. But like, what about, it says, the next one down I see from that is, small tool, minor equipment.
Right.
Why would that not be the same as office supplies?
it's a dollar value, and anything that's not qualifying as capital asset, but that we would keep track of because it's valuable. Like a copy machine is typically something that goes there. It's minor. It's usually under $10,000. And it's equipment. It's not something that's combustible or consumable. It's not something that you go through. It's a one-time purchase for so long.
But then we have small tools greater than 500.
That was a eternal decision that at some point they segregated between those two. And I think that had to do with their classification of small and attractive versus just an outright price. You don't have to utilize that classification if you don't want to. You can just, those would technically be together.
But you do have to recognize the criticality of small and attractive assets and your responsibility to track those things.
Yes. And having a separate code for it makes it easier to pull out and identify, oh, we should be tracking this.
I'll give you an example. The state auditor's office shows up and they decide to do an audit of your small and attractive assets. So they say, oh, according to GCTS, or at that time accounting's inventory, your office has 11 iPads. We'd like to see this one, and we have to produce that iPad.
Yeah.
In this case, it was Garth Danis, and he could not produce it. So we got a management letter in that audit because we did not have a tight enough control over small and attractive assets. It wasn't just Garth, it was a couple others. It was literally a week after the state auditor's exited interview that Garth walks into his iPad and says, oh, it was under my car seat. Thanks a lot, Garth.
It's because he's really tech savvy and he uses it.
But that's an example of the.
Probably got it, put it under the seat.
And also,
Yes.
when you're looking at some of the breakdowns in that code where you've got that, all of those different code numbers, realize that those are sparse codes, and much to our chagrin, we don't like them either. The state of Washington decides that things are lumped in very specific buckets, and that's where some of that stuff
I
comes
do
from.
want to emphasize my reason for asking this question is because I don't want to overfund something that shouldn't be there. So I'm just trying to.
And no, perfect, yeah, and that's why I'm just kind of talking about
Yeah, because I have one that says professional services and then expert witnesses. And when I read professional services, I would have thought that those were expert witnesses or something. I don't even know. I mean, the professional services that we get, would that include the trainings that we go to?
I would think of it in a couple of different ways. So I would also consider your expert witness actually not as a professional service, because that's more of a commodity. You never know who your expert witness is going to be, right? Your professional service might be, what if you wanted to fund outside counsel to do something like when I pay for Chris Reese to do my real estate contracts, I pay for him out of my professional services. Does that make sense?
It does.
County labor attorney comes out of HR professional services.
And your witnesses is under a subcode of professional services.
But you never really know who that's going to be, so it's not like it's a firm you would recognize, or it's a one-off. So
We're making good progress. And I'm sorry that this is what we're doing, but
That's
I
okay.
just want to make sure I do it right.
That's what we're here for.
Software. Software. We have a program called Axon, is where we get all of our body cameras and stuff. And the bill for that is like 40,000.
and I think you're paying a portion of that contract. I think that is split between a number of different people, because we have a huge Axon contract, because that's all of the body cams for the sheriff. And I believe, I could be wrong, I believe that subscription-based model is split between a couple of different departments, yours being one of them, because you have to have access to that.
And we also have research database Westlaw that we have to pay for. I'm actually still trying to figure out the number, because the number that I read on the sheet that we have is very low. I think it was like 1,000 and something, which makes no sense at all. I would assume for an office the size of ours, even if we got a contract, would still be around 10,000.
So surprisingly, it's cheaper than you'd think. I would ask Brett Hill, of all people. So they pay for Westlaw to be on a couple of computers in our law library so that the public can access Westlaw. That's what the law library is. And I know that we get a deal on it somehow, and he's aware of it. I'm not sure, but you might ask him that question, so.
And then I believe that our case management software program, PBK, is paid not by our office, but actually by TS.
Yeah, so you pay for it initially, right? So whenever you buy a new, what's the name of it?
Prosecutor by Carpel. Yeah,
Carpel,
I call
sorry,
it,
yeah, so
I call it
Carpel is what
PBK just because I think it sounds
Yeah,
cool.
so we know it as Carpel. So when Kevin first pitched that to us, right, or when any department, Mandy comes to us and says, I want this new piece of software. If it's justified, they pay for it the first time, and then the renewal fee or the subscription fee gets passed on to GCTS at that point and becomes part of our software maintenance budget, which this year is $3.5 million. What we're putting out for software across the country, or across the county.
Oh, the whole country we're paying for?
Yeah, no, the county, sorry.
Maybe that's why we're happy.
Yeah, so your Carpel was paid for by you guys, and if I remember right, it was like $65,000 the first year you guys bought that.
Yeah, it was. Can you think of other software programs that we use regularly? Oh, yeah, the Stillman and 365 lab garbage program.
I'll say, tell us your chief feelings. That'll take a lot longer.
As Commissioner Jones said, offline probably. But I don't know. I guess I don't know exactly where we are with the 365 level thing. And it's really frustrating for me to think, like, am I going to be really putting money into a communication system that just has failed to work?
So, time out. Do you guys pay for 365?
On some level, it looks like we do.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Mac pays it.
We have, I have an email from, it looks like Darcy Homelison at Mac 911. For 2026, we will continue to charge the base fee of $5,225 as we are not fully utilizing 365 labs. So at least that much.
I think that's just a user fee they charge.
And that
would be there whether you use 365 or not, I think.
And I'm curious, yeah, and I don't know where we're sitting at there. I know that there's been back and forth between the sheriff and Mac and all that. Is that the county's service fee, or is that just the prosecutor's office? I'm wondering.
Isn't that email address to
That's just prosecutor probably.
It's just prosecutors and.
Sheriff's is gonna be larger based on call volume. Fire will be different. It's probably a base of 5,000. Anyone that uses the system is probably a base number. And then it's all based on service call. So it goes up from the base number.
I believe we only have one department, maybe two, that are currently using it.
365.
365, everybody else still uses Spellman.
I don't know where we're gonna end up there. I don't know. It's been back and forth between sheriff and Mac.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear both perspectives.
I'll bet.
I enjoy it.
I'll bet.
If you want ours, let us know. It'll take a while.
I'd rather just take you there.
It's interesting.
No,
though,
with me.
because I've heard perspectives from other agencies and they seem to like it, so I've heard different things from different people, so.
Problem is every agency that we've had use it in the last, since they rolled out the most recent beta test, is we don't get all the information we need, including reports don't come in timely. They come in a format that the judges will actually say something about because they're so crazy. We can't get charges for like an attempt. They can't send them over. There's a lot of issues that we've been having with it.
And then the next one, communication. I imagine that's our cell phone.
All your cell phones.
Nothing else?
Should just be your cell phones. And one place I would look, do you know if there are very many people in the prosecutor's office that have the MiFi hotspots, the physical hotspots?
There are, I think both of our investigators do.
I would ask if, are they iPhone or Android users?
I think iPhone. I think iPhone.
I would ask GCTS to look and put in a Spiceworks ticket. Ask them to look into the cost difference between using that or using the hotspot on their phone, because the hotspot on their phone is typically a $10 a month increase, and that thing's $40 a month.
Oh, okay. Just,
I ask anytime I hear that, but and your hotspot on your phone probably works better. It's
Yeah,
way easier to tether. It's right there on
yeah,
your
from my cell phone, it's been a lot of Interfund com.
So, yeah, so that's the mail room. And well, that's part of it. There's, I think, more.
I think it's just mail.
Is it? So all the mail that goes back and forth from your office gets charged all the I don't know how much, I don't remember what your bills are like. I don't oversee that anymore. But there's some departments that's a big bill because they ship everything. Everything's first class or registered.
Are these things that are trackable so that I can see what we've done?
Yeah, who in your office goes up and gets mail every day?
Dolores.
Dolores. Oh, you're right. Dolores goes.
That's Dolores. And you can get a report from the mailroom, say, can you please provide me a report of all the mail pieces every month or what have you, and they can provide that.
Great.
Because every year at the end of the year, we're calling elected officials going, please pay your interfund bill.
Travel. So I imagine that this would be to any trainings that we have, that we actually travel for, or sending someone to go argue at the Court of Appeals, and hotels if needed. Does that include, and I'm gonna guess no, but the 2 vehicles that we have at the prosecution?
Does not.
So it goes to a separate fund itself. So I saw that there's an email somewhere that our services for those 2 cars have been
ER&R. Do you know if they're
increased? It's like 10,000.
They should be.
Yeah, you're using sedans, right?
We have 1 sedan and 1 SUV, small compact SUV. And that one has been assigned primarily, directly, exclusively to Dana. Does interviews with people all the time.
Yeah, so what happens is you're getting charged from Public Works for that vehicle. And that charge includes, well, up to now, they're getting ready, includes all of your tire changes, all of your work on the, you gotta get it tuned up, whatever, 30,000 mile service, 40,000 mile service. You just take it up to Public Works and they take care of that as part of that cost. They're gonna start billing separately for fuel. Currently, that ER&R charge is an arbitrary rate for all of your fuel. Usually it's high. They're gonna start sending fuel charges separate, and it's just a pass-through. You're gonna actually pay the discounted rate.
So is that the interfund rental / LE?
Yes, rentals and leases.
Yeah,
and you can decide to be a part or not a part of ER&R, but in your department's case, I'm sure you don't want to free up your legal assistants to take it down to, Chevy and get an oil change. So I would stay a part of ER&R. So that if you do have to have it worked on, it's just.
Is that something I
Call me
have
into
to
Public Works so I
elect?
can drop this thing
Is
off.
that something I have to elect into or opt out of?
You'd have to opt out.
Okay. So I don't need to do anything.
You don't have to do anything.
Other than
Just know that that
including
charge
the
is
extra money in the budget.
And that's also how you can stay in touch with Public Works, and when those cars get to a certain mileage, they'll replace that vehicle.
And then the next one down would be insurance. Is that insurance for the vehicles or other insurance like?
So it should be your shared liability, and whether or not it includes the vehicles, I don't know, because you were working on your budget, so I don't know if we put that back in. It's gonna be, because it was one that we're gonna take out anyway, so I would need to look at it and see what is all included in it. And one moment, I am having.
So
So yes, but that also the insurance for the whole county, right? Just our liability insurance. It's prorated out to all the various departments and your share is in there.
I see.
And this year we had to buy excess insurance and that got doled out. Insurance is an area of focus next year. We had a huge increase this year.
So
It was
is that
not
a
expected.
number that the county will just give us so that I don't have to figure that out, just plug it in?
Yep.
Yeah,
Has
exactly.
that already been done?
Except the problem is when, when we ask you, can you reduce your budget by 2%, we can't reduce that number. That's one of the numbers that's causing us to ask you to do that.
Well, and that's the problem that if there is a cut of funding that I can do, it's gonna have to come from this.
See, the problem is we can't cut insurance.
Right.
That's what we're
Well, I
fighting.
just mean this being the expenses.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to give up any more positions. I'm already grounded, so.
How can you don't get any revenue, do you?
Although Carla and I were joking about how good of a newspaper article that.
Prosecutor's office gets one.
I hear they pay you to post on Facebook and X now, so.
So what's the difference between the insurance and the insurance? FND insurance. Laser focused.
Just
That's all your
placement.
labor and
It's,
industries and your.
no, I think it was kind of back and forth on where that, it should be in 4696, whether or not it's interfund or whether it's just insurance as a line item. Just where it got charged. They're the same thing.
But like, how do I?
You shouldn't have both line items.
Well, there's one that says insurance, 100, 400.
121.
Yeah, so at some point, like if you had a deductible for dinging something and you got an additional charge, they may have charged it there in the past. But the premium is in the is the one that has the big dollar amount.
So where should I put my focus?
Not the line that your one-offs
Well,
that had nothing in this year.
I don't think he has any effect on either one of those lines.
Well, he had something old in there from 2022, 2023 that has a line item. So just disregard that first one. What?
How do you see that? No, I mean, how do you know that it's 2022?
It should be up at the
It's at the top.
Up the top is where you're.
Insurance line 38.
Of course it is. That's simple.
Sorry.
So one of the things to remember is in all those expense lines, there's like 8 or 10 of them that you can do nothing about.
Right.
Stop with.
Repairs and maintenance, I imagine this is when things get broken in the office and just need to be fixed.
And that should be a pretty small in your budget, right? I mean, I'm surprised that's a 4,800 line. I'm surprised you would even have that.
So 2025, it looks like
700, 3,500, 2,000. What they got, budget 8,000.
I'd be curious how often that's used and how close you are. I would imagine that's a place you could reduce.
Yeah,
you could reduce that. I could go back and look at the previous.
Yeah.
I've just been doing 22 to the present.
It's like 4,590 was the highest you had.
And I'm sorry, I'm really trying to do it right.
No, my
I
computer's
think this is
not.
awesome. I think it's great.
And then, okay, here's another one that kind of, I was like, how does this work? So there's one that says dues, subscriptions, and memberships. So the dues and memberships are probably the same. So at the very end of every year, when the attorneys have to repay for their admission to practice law for the following year, we do that all. So like, we just did it for 2026, so all of us signed up, but Jen is going to send them this check. I don't believe that there's any other duties that we are going to owe except for specializations into certain things.
Are you part of an affiliate group at WASAC or an affiliate group with some other WAPO, Washington Association of
WAPO
Prosecuting
does,
Attorneys?
I think WAPO charges us.
would come out of that.
And then, but here's the question, there's one called subscriptions. And up above on line 27, it says publications. I don't know what the difference.
So wouldn't publications be like if you had to like publish something in the computer or in the paper or something?
So we're paying for advertising that has never been done, at least the 7 years, 8 years that we've been.
I would see if is there a report that can be run out of GP to see if that was ever used?
Which one are you talking about? It's the line 27.
Actuals in 24 was
And also, while they're looking at that, Carly, do you guys have like continuing education that you pay for, things like that?
Yeah, of course, so anytime we go to a training or something.
I'm gonna say that's not what that is, what he's saying, what's, I don't know exactly, but it's not.
Yeah, for example, when I went to the Northwest Gang Investigation Association, there was, as part of the ticket buying, there was also the membership. And
can't get logged in.
It's like $25 to become a member of that organization.
Subscription dues.
That I was like, is this subscription to like magazines or something that all of us throw in the garbage when they show up?
Could be.
Well, I don't think that we get a choice. It's just WAPA sends us magazines. We don't pay for it. Please don't tell me.
We don't get WAPA magazines. We get Bar Association magazines.
Bar Association.
Those are free, although they do offer them online now, so you could opt for that option if you don't want the paper. You go to WAPA trainings every year, every one of the Superior Court prosecutors, civil prosecutors. They don't charge us, I don't think, for the training itself, since it's WAPA. Other trainings, like I go to ICAC every year, because we're part of the ICAC task force. However, because I'm part of the ICAC task force, they don't charge me to go.
Other just come out of your travel anyway.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, just the cost of the hotel, which is always prorated. So.
And the same when I go to the Washington Narcotics Investigation Association, it's actually paid, my fees are actually paid by the sheriff's office to get the money from HIDA.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really come out.
There aren't many trainings that the DPAs go to outside of WAPA, because WAPA by itself, just going to that one conference a year, will keep everybody up to date on their CLE credits, plus some. Like I'm like 2 years ahead, I think, on my WAPA credits.
Well, and the only problem that we would run into with that is I think people just become like, oh, this is a vacation or whatever for us, so we need to be better. But put your computers away and focus on stuff. Have such a dumb office that you should be paying attention to.
Create deliverables they have to provide when they're done.
Yeah. And when is the conference again? It's not on Juneteenth anymore.
Yeah.
Last year it was.
Yeah.
I just got off the meeting with WAPA. I can tell you the actual dates.
They bumped it. Yeah, they bumped it for next year, although then we had
I don't remember if it's the week before or the week after.
It was the week after, if I recall correctly. Because I went last year, but for Kid Jess.
Yes.
Oh, and then there's this random miscellaneous. What?
Magazines.
It's the land,
Magazines.
It's the land of misfit dollars, right? It doesn't fit anywhere else.
Yeah.
So.
Well, there are some like, typically your dues and subscriptions falls in the same category. It's like a long list of, actually, I can send you something too.
That should be like the smallest line in your whole budget. It should be like $500.
So it looks like in 2022, I remember 2022 was 11,619.
Miscellaneous?
Yes. And then nothing from last
And
year.
nothing after that year, nothing.
That's bizarre. Yeah.
But there was nothing under dues and subscriptions that year, so I'm assuming that it went under miscellaneous rather than dues and subscriptions. And then at some point, the advice coming from
That's our
accounting was
legal
to
research Westlaw.
That's your publication.
to not
Your
use
payment to Thomas
miscellaneous
West
for those
each year.
things.
Right.
You pay him
But I think
monthly.
Mandy's, what she has said this year, I've heard her say, is that it doesn't matter.
It's not, it's miscellaneous is a category that Grant County has choose to label it. It's really an other, and there are very specific uses of it that aren't just, oh, we don't know where to code it.
Right.
Yeah, so that's your $22,000 a year.
But that's under public, so that's under publications.
It says 1,456.
I have it being paid every month for about 1,000.
Is that what it is?
I think that's the monthly amount, yeah.
They need to make clearer contracts.
I think that's our job.
Let's talk contracts.
Yes. What's the miscellaneous you wanted to look? Do you want to look at? Do you really want to know, or I mean?
No, yes, right here. Miscellaneous. This was 2020.
Yeah, it's most likely what was trending down here, but I can find out.
I just feel like there's so many categories that are what? Ask that question. I'll even move.
So you said the
Right here.
insurance and the insurance interfund are the same.
Yeah, I mean,
Then
well,
why do we have one being budgeted for 159,000 and another one being budgeted for 121,000?
so I'm thinking this one, I'd have to look this up. This is probably a deductible that you guys had to pay for a very specific situation. This amount is your annual premium, which has gone up a lot. But I need to double check because it's.
But if you're looking at the insurance line,
Mm-hmm.
they paid 1 year 100, 1 year 400, the last few years nothing, now 159,000. The next line is 121,000, which would make sense for going up because we know we just said the insurance was going up. But why is one 159,000? One is 121,000? It seems like that would be a duplicate.
This is definitely a duplicate. These are the same thing. I don't know why. And so it just fat fingered in there when it should have gone here.
So if that's fat fingered in there and that's a duplicate, 115, they go the high end 159,000. If we take out the 121.
Well, I have an exact number I'm gonna give you. I know what this is. It's supposed to be for you guys.
But if we have to make a 2% cut to our full budget at the end of this, and we take out the 121,000, that's a duplicate number, that would be the 2%.
Sure.
Probably not what you guys wanted, but it would be.
Makes sense.
We're problem solvers.
I worked at a bank.
Well, it depends what your total is, because we have a number that was before your adjustments that we'd have expected the 2% to come off of that number. Because we had you guys at, hold on.
100, well, prosecuting attorney, so 156,983.
It looks like they got put in the line above it when it should have been put in that line.
156,983 was their insurance allocation this year.
Yeah, so when it went up instead of putting it in that one. Well, I don't know when your
Essentially
guys
put in
would have
both.
been updated, because you've had yours for a while, so I don't know. But it just looks like it's the same thing.
We just have to look into that and make sure it wasn't double entered.
Just looks double entered on the sheet.
And who can tell us that?
I'll take a step at it.
What's that?
Say it louder.
So I can read that?
Well, I guess what we should take a look at the last couple of years of budget from the prosecutor's office and find out what's been in there and what hasn't, see if there's been any insurance payouts.
Well, and I would ask also, since I started, I don't recall a time in our office ever going over budget. I think that's always just, that's weird.
Yeah, I think you're right. When I've been in the meetings, it's been, we still have this pot of money for employees that you haven't hired yet, so they're been able to access that money for other things.
So I guess that's the reason why I pointed out that request for legal assistance for that question, that's being that I'm going to
Does WASBA BAB mean anything to you? BAB, B-A-B, WASBA BAB.
Bar association dues.
Maybe. It looks like your miscellaneous items from 2022 were a variety of things charged to credit cards. One item was a fee for Brett Riley's WASBA BAB, whatever that is. So probably a due or subscription that was just miscat, instead of going in that one item where they normally are, it was put in the generic.
Yeah, so that would make sense, because he came to our office from PD's office, maybe there was something with dues.
Throw it away. Every time I bring it
Maybe public defender's office made him prorate money back.
You need a
to
pen?
repay him.
Got a box full of them that don't work.
Can you put the liability worksheet? I don't want
That's
to
good.
take it on.
Let's see.
In our S drive, 2026.
That's true.
Oh, it's an N drive. It's the liability.
I was looking at.
No, it's a just the folder's liability.
Oh.
Starts at now.
I'm not getting paid out.
I don't think I've gotten in there.
While they're
The
looking at it,
liability
any other questions?
insurance.
Yeah, the only other question that, or comment I want to make is we have two victim advocates. This was one of the very odd things in looking at the budget numbers. Just so that I'm not lying to you.
No, I believe you.
Well, it's just, I want to get the years right because it just blew my mind how it just seems there was zero thought that was put into it whatsoever.
It's a stretch, I know.
So in 2024, in the budget that year, it had one of our district court victim coordinator was put into the, I'll say, normal budget line for employees. In 2025, he was taken off and put into the 120 account, because that's where Mary is, Mary Craig. And so for that, I'm going to say the victim.
The 120 account.
Crime victims.
Crime victim.
It's not current expense, right?
No, it's not.
So I wonder if they moved them there to reduce the burden on current expense when they were trying to make the budget last year.
And there was a note on the par that said, explain why.
And so, but with that, Mary Craig's salary is partially paid by a state grant. That state grant was also cut back this year because of state doing whatever the state says. But I still think, and I guess this is where accounting can come in, I still think we were gonna have enough money in there to pay the rest of Mary's salary as well as Ulysses' full salary.
Ulysses being the victim witness. That's what we're getting there.
So I don't know if we discussed that our very first meeting, but in looking at everything, that's where the transition was made. So I need to make sure that that victim fund is sufficient enough to cover both of them.
Because there was a reduction in the state grant. Now, how much the reduction was?
Did it at one time, I can look.
One of those ways you can do that and track it throughout the year is if your miscellaneous says $11,000 and you're not sure what all that is, you can move out of that into that fund, or those salaries with those funds, just move that over, but then closely track your miscellaneous throughout the year and make sure that you're tracking where you should.
looking at 23 and 24, the two different insurances. You've only paid on one of the insurances, and that's the interfund insurance. It's been blank. It was blank in 23, the regular insurance.
Yeah,
In 23 and 24.
you can move the 156 to that line, the 121. I'll do it on my worksheet. I don't know if you guys have another one.
No, we don't. I've just been using one.
Okay. But, and that did not include vehicles for your two sedans, but those are gonna come out of ER&R.
One sedan, one small.
Potato.
Cars.
Your
Let's call
vehicle,
them cars.
If it's a truck, then you get billed separately or differently.
Or an SUV.
A small SUV or an SUV? Because if it's a large SUV, you get paid the same, you pay the same if it's a small SUV? Not really sure.
Maverick is on an SUV chassis, but it's a.
It's a very big,
But now it's a
it's a very
car.
big sedan.
Oopsies.
So the grant amount for Mary this year appears to be
Have to
$54,000.
change how they do that. Just be based on MPGs and costs.
Yeah, there's gotta be a less, they're trying to make it less convoluted, but.
You should call Get a Desk. They have a really good system that they use for giving out cars.
Yeah.
They basically, everybody books them online, goes to one central place, gets a key.
It's called Enterprise.
Do they check your,
Basically, they had to show me this little kiosk when I first got there. It was great. I never used it though.
do they check your driving record? You had to give them a copy of your driver's license? So they made sure you didn't have an ignition interlock?
They should
All the
have.
things that need
They
to
should have.
policy.
Oh, good.
You don't get
That
those.
sounds like a good program.
We have a new risk manager.
Are you trying to say a county employee would commit a crime? I have no idea what you're talking about.
They just gave me the keys and I was like, Barb, I don't, my driver's license is suspended. But I drove it, so, oh well.
Not really.
No, I wasn't really.
Were you like the guy that was late for court and FaceTimed the judge?
That's awesome.
You didn't see that video?
No.
That was the most hilarious video ever. This
Well, he had a
judge-
suspended license.
he had a
Oh, that's
suspended
right.
license.
It's like, is he's in for driving while license suspended?
Yeah.
And he's
Driving to court.
See, I've seen that
Times.
one. My husband was driving and came across an accident and stopped to help because nobody else got in there yet. And the guy was sitting in his car and he was all frantic and he's like, I'm gonna be late for court. And he's like, oh, I might know somebody.
That's so funny.
Let me help you get there.
And he told me who it was. I was like, please tell me it's not homicide or something like that he has in his car.
Yeah. Oh my
So,
god.
The last one I have is capital outlay. I don't know if that is something that's even applicable to our office, but it was there and I was like, what should I do?
well, so it is applicable, but before we go to capital outlay, the 54K for Mary Craig. So what's the difference in that funding that you need to make up?
Well, I think that there's, someone was here at one point to tell me how much money was in that account. Oh, actually, we
I'm
got
looking it up
emails
now.
from-
Oh, okay, so. we'll
But I
look at it.
think that there was enough in there to just cover them both, but we probably have to look at it.
Just want to make sure.
I just want to double check to make sure so that if there's anything that we, from the other, from the not 120, the 109, look at all the things I'm learning.
So what's in 120 for her is not her full salary? Or is it? Did you make that change already?
It should be.
There's 136,000 in salaries in there.
But that's for both people?
Yeah.
So crime victims has $626,000 at the end of
Yeah,
November.
we're good.
So capital outlay, let's say you wanted to buy a bunch of desks just like hers. You would find out how much that is and you would request that during the budget meetings for capital outlay for the following year. Luckily, you guys have already got all the desks, so you don't need to do that.
What happened to the one that was in her office? You have that somewhere?
We didn't replace it, we modified hers.
Oh, okay.
So I think we ended up with just one or two small parts, but we used her services, separated them, put the architectural legs on them that went up and down.
No, thank you. It looks awesome.
But that's a capital outlay request, right? If we called up Kevin and said, next year I have to have new carpet, you know, either he would do it or you would do it.
Or an air conditioner.
Stop.
So a grill and then just go through the
I
wall.
can't believe you did that.
I'm sorry, was it too soon?
Too soon.
We're working on it. It's a whole building fix though.
It was a good example.
Yeah.
of
The
how-
furniture was a great example.
I was just emphasizing the greatness. Sorry, you can,
So I guess.
Finish me later.
I've already booked for us to meet again tomorrow. So do you have any suggestions for me to focus on the rest of today to get this thing solidified?
I think it sounds like you're almost there. She was gonna check, I mean, I think she was working on some.
I think I just had one insurance issue.
I've already fixed it, yeah.
So you're probably good.
Are you comfortable with it?
Well, do you want to cut your goods and services?
Yeah, I mean, I want to cut anything that we're not using.
I mean, historically, it hasn't even been close to that.
I want to be a team under here and cut as much as we can. Make it make sense. Just like, you know, my frustration with going through the budgets from 2022, I was like, I don't even know what the logic was behind this. So.
Well, the good thing is you're spending quite a bit of time on it this year. And next year, you'll own it and it'll be, you know, that process going through, you'll be a lot more familiar with it next year. And as we go through budget, none of it will be foreign to you. It'll all make sense.
and as a new department head last year and having to do the budget by myself for the first time, it was a struggle. But once I did it this year, it was okay. I got it. So,
You're gonna have at very random moments in May, you'll have a light bulb moment and you'll be like, oh, wait a minute. Budget this year, I'm doing this different.
Yeah.
It was something like this.
Okay. Any other questions or things?
No. Not that I know of at the moment. I'm sure I'll think of something.
Well, thank you. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Can I ask, are we still doing the budget meeting at tomorrow at 11:30 for the prosecutor?
Yes.
We are. Just want to make sure. Thank you. And if I may, just really quick, next week is a holiday. And on Tuesday, HR and the prosecutor has updates. Will you guys all be planning to be there on Tuesday next week?
Brandon's not.
Right, yeah, Carly will have to be here for that.
Okay.
I ship on the 19th, 18th.
I will be here.
Where are you going?
Which one? Prosecutor Tree?
Long story, but when we lived in Georgia,
Where's that at?
we were like, hey, we're next to Fort Lauderdale, so let's take a cruise. And the position came available, and then we got it, came here, and my wife suddenly in August was like, so Fort Lauderdale is no longer 6 hours from our house. How are we gonna get there? I was like, yeah. We bought plane tickets.
Just a
So-
short flight.
Going on a
So
cruise.
my son is on a cruise out of Fort Lauderdale right now, and he was super proud to tell me he's never flown before, never done this on his own, right? It's their honeymoon. It's their honeymoon. Well, he's flown, but this is his new wife and their honeymoon, right? He calls me and says, Dad, my return flight is only $13. I'm like, how did you get a return flight for only $13? He's got 4 stops.
Oh,
And I'm just laughing. I can't
Quickly.
I can't wait to hear, you know.
So he's planning the divorce already?
Yeah.
She's never been on an airplane before until they flew, so they're in the Bahamas now, but.
How many did he have on the way there?
Just, they went to Seattle and then Seattle to Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, and then just direct
Now
to.
Fort Lauderdale, coming home to Virginia, to Atlanta,
After the trip?
get this, to Minneapolis, and then to Seattle,
That's a big airport
and then
too.
to Spokane.
They could probably drive to Atlanta faster than getting on a plane to
But 13
Virginia and
months,
back
he's
down.
pretty happy.
In this economy, you gotta take it.
I can't wait.
We
will you pick us up at the airport?
I'm
We
gonna
get it
put your
this time.
goods
No,
and
you don't.
services.
You just don't know it yet.
No, you don't.
Coast to coast is first class, one
Probably
one
say that
flight.
next time I'm taking a direct flight.
All right, we'll go into recess now. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. with consent agenda review.